1 minute. 1 minute. Unholy rollers, you have the track. Unholy rollers. Team warm-ups. 1 minute remaining in team warm-ups. Clear the track, please. Clear the track.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Just wanted to give you all a heads up. We are not quite ready to start the show, but we will be soon. Going to be kicking things off in just about 5 minutes here, introducing our teams and festivities for the night. That means you've got just about 5 minutes left. Go and get yourself some ice cream, some snacks, some beverages. Maybe stop on by the Learn to Play roller derby table and buy some wheels for the wheel toss.
Wheel toss? What is that, Rich Mahogany? Tell me about the wheel toss.
Let me tell you, Gorham Reaver, the wheel toss will be happening during the intermission between the first and second game. You can head on over to the wheel toss table between the merch table and the toast food cart. And there you can pick up wheels. Pick up as many as you dare to buy. The prize will end up being whatever wheel is closest to the cowbell in the middle as we all throw them will end up picking up an amazing gift basket. That'll include 10 free classes at Smash Fitness, as well as a Delta Beer Lab gift card and several other amazing prizes for Madison Roller Derby.
That sounds so fantastic, Rich Mahogany.
Oh, what a deal. What a savings.
I wish I had enough time in my schedule to participate in a wheel toss.
Unfortunately, not only do you not have the time, but you and I are both chained to the table. They will not let us leave until we have served our penance and announced 2 games of roller derby back to back together. But you all are free to roam.
You mean they're going to let us talk about roller derby for the next 4 hours?
Poor decisions have been made. You will all be dealing with the consequences. Thank you all for coming out. I am Rich Mahogany, and we are here with Gorham Reaver. We will be getting things underway in just a few minutes. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, friends beyond the binary. We are here at Madison Roller Derby's 3rd bout of the 2023-24 season, our 19th season, if my math serves me correctly.
This league is of legal voting age.
Oh, that's so exciting. And so soon, next year, the league will be allowed to drink legally in these United States. And,
Rich,
I hope you all stick around
Rich.
for season 21.
In 2 years.
2 years. But like, I'm
okay.
behaving like a real 20-year-old or a 19-year-old in America.
Math
Like, no.
is hard, and
Next year,
why you're our announcer, not our scorekeeper.
Exactly. Maths are hard. Hello, everybody. I am Rich Mahogany.
And I am the Gorham Reaver.
And we are very excited to bring to you tonight not 1, but 2 games of roller derby.
2 roller derbies.
Yep, we're gonna have a doubleheader tonight. First off is going to be a home team showdown between the Quad Squad and the Unholy Rollers. And if that wasn't exciting enough, we are going to have a whole second game full of interleague action sanctioned by the WFTDA. Reaver, who do we have playing in that game too?
In that game, we will have the Herd representing Madison Roller Derby, facing off against our fabulous visitors, the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby of Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
Thank you so much to all of the Chippewa. So I know we've got plenty of skaters out here tonight, but who have come to cheer on Chippewa Valley tonight?
Wonderful. Welcome. So fabulous to have so many friends visiting from up in Eau Claire. We appreciate you all making the trip down here to Madison.
Speaking of appreciation, we'd like to give a bit of respect and shout out to the land on which Madison Roller Derby practices and competes on. Madison Roller Derby practices and competes on Ho-Chunk land, a place their nation has called Dejope since time immemorial. In an 1832 treaty, the Ho-Chunk were forced to cede this territory. Decades of ethnic cleansing followed when both the state and federal government repeatedly but unsuccessfully sought to forcibly remove the Ho-Chunk from Wisconsin. The history of colonization informs our shared future of collaboration and community building. Today, Madison Roller Derby respects the inherent sovereignty of the Ho-Chunk Nation, along with the 11 other First Nations of Wisconsin. Please, take a moment to consider the many legacies of violence, displacement, migration, and settlement that brings us together here today. And please, join us in uncovering such truths every day. So, before we get into this first match, by round of applause, audience, I ask you, who out there has never seen a game of roller derby before? Ooh, all right. Wow.
A lot of newbies
Reaver,
tonight.
we've got a number of freshies out there tonight. Well, that's exciting because after we introduce our teams...
Is there going to be a way for these fine people who have never seen roller derby to understand what they are about to witness?
There may well be. In fact, yes, Reaver, we will be doing a demo jam to let all of y'all know how this game of roller derby is played. But first and foremost, I think it's time for us to introduce the teams for today's first contest.
That sounds like a fantastic idea, Rich Mahogany. Let's get some tunes going so that these skaters have something exciting to skate to.
Oh, I am working on it. Unfortunately for all of you, you have to deal with me trying to be an announcer and a DJ all at the same time. And unfortunately, I only have 2 arms and 1 brain.
Well, Rich gets us all set up and ready to go. I just want to remind you that our merch tables over here behind the bleachers are up and ready. Much fabulous merch for you to purchase from Madison Roller Derby as well as Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. We encourage you to visit the merch tables at your earliest convenience. But now, please, let us welcome our first team for tonight, the Quad Squad. Skating tonight for the Quad Squad, number 0I, Gouda Riddance. 101, Quill. 1104, the Derber Baby. 120 is Battle Frog. Number 150 is Amperslam. Number 16, Lana Del Rage. Number 213, Boom Shakalaka. 215, it must be Booty Collins. Number 26 is Germs. 273 is Crystal Ice. Number 427, Shelby Cobra. 5388 is Dark Horse. Number 73, Ash Kicker. 796 is Conan the Librarian. Shh. And number 8, Kentucky Fried Carnage. The Quad Squad is joined on the bench by Alligator, Lady Hoo-Ha, Super Youper, Panda Express, and Nat Splat. Everyone, please, a round of applause for the Quad Squad.
And now, it is my pleasure to introduce to you their opponents for tonight's contest, the one, the only, Unholy Rollers! Skating out at number 11, it is Rockin' Roach. Number 1202, Ibuprofen. Number 1231, Rhubarbarian. Number 207, Slam Chowder. Number 234, The Manipulator. Number 270, Cyanide. Number 417, Bart Slamson. Number 44, Blue Phoenix. Number 613, Hijinks. Number 7734, Hellwoods. Number 777, it's Hailstorm. Number 80, Thrill Show. Number 800, Bada Boom Box. Number 847, Hello Sailor. And number 888, Bubba Luscious. The Unholy Rollers are supported from the bench by Glottal Attack, One Hit Wanda, and Kel Fire Warrior. Friends, give it up for the Unholy Rollers!
We are pleased to have a fabulous team of officials helping keep this game safe and fair tonight. On skates this evening, Dark Matter, Eddie Lizard, Grave Clubber, Jackie, Autocorrect, Havoc, Mechanics, and Fury. Our non-skating officials tonight are Captain Emo, Beast of Eden, Brazzle Dazzle, Uno Moss, Red, Valkyrie, Oxford Coma, Rock'em Sock'em Rosie, Sadie Masochist, Just Danny, and Louisville Slugger.
All right, friends, as we are lined up and ready for our first jam, we are going to first take you through that promised demonstration jam to let everybody know who hasn't seen roller derby before or maybe just needs a little bit of a refresher, see how the game is played. So we are going to get things started here and showing you how to play roller derby.
It's important to know that a roller derby bout consists of two 30-minute halves made up of shorter periods called jams. 5 skaters from each team will skate in each jam. These players are divided into 3 positions. At the front, we have pivots and blockers, and all together, they form the pack. At the back, we have the jammers. These are the skaters that will be scoring points, and they are easy to spot with the star on their helmets. When the refs blow one whistle, it signifies the start of a jam, releasing the pack and the jammers. The jammers try to make their way through the pack, helped by their own blockers and hindered by the other blockers. The blockers are not allowed to use their arms or elbows to stop the jammers, and the jammers cannot cut the track around the blockers. These or any other illegal moves will land the skater in the penalty box for 30 seconds. Oh, look, the green jammer is out of the pack. The first jammer to legally get out of the pack obtains lead jammer status. The refs identify the lead jammer by pointing one arm at their jammer with the other arm in the air. Now the red jammer is also out of the pack. They're not lead jammer but can still score points. The jammer Ref crosses their hands in front of them to indicate that the red jammer is not the lead jammer. On the second pass, a jammer scores points for every opposing skater they pass. The number of points scored are signaled by the jammer ref. When they've had enough, or to prevent the other team from scoring, the lead jammer can call off the jam by placing their hands on their hips. The 4 whistles end the jam. The teams then have 30 seconds to line up a new pack, and we start the next jam. If you want more information about how roller derby is played, feel free to ask any of our volunteers at the table over by the merch stands. Now, let's watch some roller derby. And Rich, I believe we have started a fabulous new tradition here in Madison.
Oh, we have indeed, Reaver. In fact, we see over here at the pivot line, which is the second furthest line, not the one where all the skaters are gathered, but where the one and only Beast of Eden is hanging out. Everybody say, "Hi, Beast."
Hi, Beast.
So, Beast of Eden is going to be our jam timer for this game. And to start off our very first jam, we would love it if you, the audience, would help us count it down. So, when Beast throws her hand into the air saying 5 seconds, from there, we are going to count down with her from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. And Beast will blow the whistle, starting the first jam of this first game of the third bout of our 19th season.
That sounds fun and exciting. Let's get to it, Rich.
All right, Beast, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Beast, when you're ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are underway. Starting off this first jam for the Quad Squad in the green is going to be Amperslam. Skating up against Blue Phoenix for the Unholy Rollers in the red and black.
And I see autocorrect, our visiting skating official from Chippewa Valley Roller Derby, has signaled the first penalty of the evening, a multiplayer block, sending one of the Quad Squad blockers to the penalty box.
We do have Amperslam out as the lead jammer for the Quad Squad. Going to have a quick call off here as the Unholy Rollers are threatening to score points. Each jammer will end up picking up a single point before the dust settles. So the score remains even at the end of Jam 1, Reaver.
I don't think I've ever seen such a low-scoring game, Rich.
Lining up for jam number 2, I see Quilla DeVille out there for the Quad Squad in the green, up against Ibuprofen for the Unholy Rollers in red.
Both jammers working to get their way through the pack, but both teams mounting up enough defense to keep them occupied for a little while.
Quill is up at the front of the pack, manages to get around Hellwoods on the inside, taking lead jam for the Quad Squad. Ibuprofen, though, right out of the pack as well. Quill approaching the pack, being driven to the inside by Thrill Show. Then ends up meeting up with the Rhubarbarian and Woody. Fights by 4 points up for the Quad Squad.
Ibuprofen working her way through the pack, getting stymied by Quad Squad pack members up at the front. Meanwhile, Quill has made her way around the track and is engaging again for her second scoring pass.
Ooh, Ibuprofen knocked to the outside, going to be recycled back into the second straightaway by Crystal Ice.
And now our tables have turned a little bit with a Unholy Rollers pack at the front, stymieing Quill, who calls the jam, but picks up 4 additional points. Meanwhile, Ibuprofen has picked up 3 points for the Unholy Rollers, and our score is now 9 points for the Quad Squad, 4 for the Unholies.
Like to give a quick shout out to Madison Roller Derby sponsor Terciop Truncatus Studios. Terciop Truncatus Studios is a local Derby-owned independent game design team bringing you fun games and fun gifts for the gamers in your life. Play their new Wreck 'em Up space opera, The Day We Fought Space, now available on a mobile device near you.
And we now have Lana Del Rage jamming for the Quad Squad up against Hailstorm for the Unholy Rollers here in jam number 3.
Quad Squad having picked up the lead for the last 2 jams. Now up at the front is going to be Hailstorm breaking that streak. First lead of the game for the Unholy Rollers.
And we have a star pass for the Quad Squad to our pivot, Gouda Riddance, who has also quickly picked up a track cut penalty. Going to the penalty box, we now have a power jam for the Unholy Rollers.
Oh, right, you are, Reaver. This means that the Unholy Rollers are the only ones with a jammer on the track. So now the Unholies have nothing to do but get in the way of the Quad Squad offense, or defense rather, trying to prevent Hailstorm from getting through. We can see the Unholies taking position at the back of the pack, holding back a single blocker of the Quad Squad. Now, Reaver, this is because of pack definition and isn't something we really got to talk about in that intro to Derby at the beginning of the game.
Yes. The pack is made up of the largest group of skaters with members of each team that are within proximity to each other. So if you are within 10 feet of other skaters on the track, you're probably part of a pack. And the engagement zone, the place where you're allowed to legally engage other skaters, make contact with them, is within 20 feet in front of and behind the pack.
And so if you try to hit somebody too far out of that zone, you get a penalty. Is that not right?
That is correct. Also, if you're not a jammer and you leave that zone of engagement, you have to return immediately once a referee tells you you're not in the zone of engagement anymore.
Lots of strategy to consider here in the game of roller derby. As we get back down to the action in jam number 4, we've got Bart Slamson jamming for the Unholy Rollers in red up against Battle Frog for the Quad Squad in green. Bart Slamson is out with the lead, but was knocked to the outside. Going to be forced to recycle back.
Battle Frog, meanwhile, has reported to the penalty box after picking up a penalty. Bart Slamson has decided to end that jam rather than try and navigate her way through the Unholy Rollers pack. We're going to start off with a fresh set of blockers for each team and a fresh jammer for the Unholy Rollers, but because Battle Frog had not completed her penalty service before the jam ended, she will be starting from the penalty box as the Quad Squad's jammer for our next jam.
Heads up to everybody, we do have at the intermission between these two games the Dairyland Dolls wheel toss happening. Your Dairyland Dolls and Herd are on the move this spring and are raising funds to offset travel costs. The prize will include 10 free classes at Smash Fitness, Roller Derby merch, and several Delta Beer Lab gift cards. The wheel toss will take place during the break between bouts, so please head on down to the table, the Learn to Play Roller Derby table, to take a roll for your chance to win a great prize while supporting your local roller derby players.
And we did have a brief officials timeout there, but we are about ready to get underway with some more roller derby action. Hijinks is our jammer for the Unholy Rollers, and as previously mentioned, Battle Frog is still jamming for the Quad Squad.
Oh, Quad Squad will lose their pivot to the box. So a diminished pack strength here will allow Hijinks to get through, taking lead jam for the Unholy Rollers. Each of these teams now with 2 back-to-back leads each. Unholy Rollers currently in the lead with 20 points over the Quad Squad's 11.
And Battle Frog has made her way through the pack. But Hijinks, having secured lead jammer status earlier, ends that jam before Battle Frog can get into scoring position. A great big shout out for Chocolate Shop Ice Cream, which is the best ice cream made in Wisconsin, and it tastes so good because it has gobs of rich Wisconsin cream, tons of real ingredients for boatloads of luscious flavors. This means it's not low fat, low calorie, or low anything, and that's why everyone loves it. You want nutrition? You eat carrots. You want chocolate shop ice cream? Just wander over to the corner behind the scoreboard and buy yourself a scoop.
That sounds so delicious. Almost as delicious as Blue Phoenix taking lead jam for the Unholy Rollers. Dark Horse out there jamming for the Quad Squad, looking to score some points, engaging the back of the pack. Blue Phoenix going to keep the jam rolling as they are knocked to the inside, going to be recycled.
Dark Horse out of the pack, having scored 4 points. Got a little bit of a chase from an Unholy Roller. And before Dark Horse gets back ready to score more points, Blue Phoenix ends that jam. Our score is now 15 for the Quad Squad, 27 for the Unholy Rollers.
As we line up for jam number 7 of the first half, both teams are at full strength. We're going to take a look down at that Jammerland, seeing captain of the Quad Squad, Amperslam, jamming for the team in green. Up against... Oh, they started going too fast. I didn't see the numbers, Reaver.
That is Ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen, of course. Thank you very much. Number 1202 for the Unholy Rollers in red. Amperslam up at the front of the pack, but has to deal with all of the Unholy blockers.
Ibuprofen, meanwhile, is stuck at the back with the Quad Squad blockers, but Amperslam has made her way through the pack, earning lead jammer. And Ibuprofen has completed a scoring pass. Amperslam has completed a scoring pass. Ibuprofen is still working to complete her initial pass in order to be able to get into scoring position.
That's right. Ibuprofen up at the front of the pack does push the blockers of the Quad Squad past that zone of engagement. They have to release their block. With that, Ibuprofen has completed the initial pass for the for the Unholy Rollers and is eligible to score points. Amperslam, though, happy to keep this jam rolling, collides with the back wall of the Unholy Rollers on the inside. Unholy defense holds firm and ends up sending Amperslam out on the outside.
Amperslam calls the jam after picking up only 2 more points.
Looks like that's going to be a grand total of 10 points for the Quad Squad. That jam, 4 points for the Unholy Rollers, brings our score to Quad Squad 25, Unholy Rollers 31, with just under 20 minutes remaining to play in the first half.
And in this jam, we have Quill once again jamming for the Quad Squad. And for the Unholy Rollers, Hailstorm. Quill, meanwhile, has picked up lead jammer. Quill calls that jam pretty quickly after picking up 1 point, but doing her best and succeeding in shutting out Hailstorm for any points for the Unholy Rollers.
That's right, Reaver. A positive net for the Quad Squad. Would like to remind everybody that Trackside seating is available if you are 18 and over. No chairs are allowed, but you can bring out any blankets or padding. If you didn't bring any blankets or padding, there are some Madison Roller Derby branded blankets hanging out over by the merch trailer that are super comfy to sit down on to get right up next to the action. Speaking of getting right up next to the action, we've got Bart Slamson out jamming for the Unholy Rollers up against Lana Del Rage for the Quad Squad. Lana Del Rage up in the front, one to beat, does get through, but picks up a forearm penalty on the way. So this is going to be a power jam for the Unholy Rollers. The question is lead still open?
That is an excellent question. I am guessing that forearm penalty likely happened at the front with the blocker that Lana Del Rage was attempting to get past before leaving the pack, and so lead was open. However, Bart Slamson has now picked up a track cut penalty and is herself in the penalty box. And so they are now also ineligible for lead jammer status. One of the things about roller derby rules, Rich, is that if you have committed a penalty in the jam, you lose eligibility for lead jammer status. So since both of our jammers have gone to the penalty box before lead was awarded, no one can earn lead jammer status, and this jam will run for a full 2 minutes.
Harsh but fair. Harsh but fair. We appreciate UDO 608 and our visiting officials for keeping this game on track. Getting out there, Lana Del Rage now through completing the initial pass for the Quad Squad is now eligible to score points. But with that, the jam comes to its natural 2-minute conclusion. A very strongly defended jam there, Reaver. A full 2-minute jam in which no score was awarded other than goose eggs.
Excellent job to the defensive pack work for both teams.
Lining up for jam number 10. I see Battle Frog out there jamming for the Quad Squad in green, up against Hijinks for the Unholy Rollers in the red. Hijinks squeezing through the pack will take a quick lead jam for the Unholy Rollers. Battle Frog, picking up a penalty. I missed the call on that one, Reaver. We'll see here once it shows up on our fancy dancy spreadsheet. But that does mean we've got a power jam for Hijinks and the Unholy Rollers. Good opportunity for them to cement their lead here. Only 5 points separating these teams going into this jam.
Of course, with the Unholy Rollers dedicated to offense, the Quad Squad is dedicated to their defense and doing everything they can to keep Hijinks from breaking through that pack and scoring any points before Battle Frog can come back. And Battle Frog has returned to the track, having served her penalty, but Hijinks decides that means it's time for the jam to end. 3 points put up for the Unholy Rollers in that jam to 0 for the Quad Squad. And we have had a team timeout called by the Quad Squad. They will be using their official review.
So,
Rich Mahogany, what is an official review?
Oh, Reaver, I would love to tell you and our audience all about it. So, Once per half in a game of roller derby, each team gets what is called an official review. So their captain or their captain alternates can put a little, like, you see that O symbol they're making with their hands. This indicates they want to call for their official review. This means that they had something in the last jam that they felt either a penalty was called that should not have been, or a penalty was not called that should have been. So the team calling the official review is now going into the center, the captainships of both teams heading in to discuss this as the calling team pleads their case to our officials. They have just finished that, so now our zebras will huddle and talk about what these teams have brought to them and what the officiating team saw in the last jam. If they see, oh, you know what, I actually did see this, the call should have been made, or this call should not have been made, they'll deliver that message to our teams and yay to us. If the team that said, hey, we're looking for a review here, if the officials say, yeah, no, you were right, good call, then that means that team gets to keep their official review for the half. But only one more time. You cannot just win official reviews infinitely. While I would love to see that as a rules nerd, it would be kind of fun to just be like, actually.
It seems like that would maybe encourage people to call official reviews all the time, Mahogany.
And that would take forever. And
this game could last for 5 hours.
And, I know everybody here would be absolutely game to sit here and spend 6, 7, 8 hours on 2 games of roller derby. We're going to try to keep it moving a little faster than that. So only 2 official reviews for half. If you win that second review, hey, good for you. You have the call changed, but you don't get to call it again. But whether you use it or you don't, you get another set going into the second half.
But you know what times like this, where there's no action on the track, are great for, Rich?
What's that, Reaver? Please tell me.
These times are great for shopping, for buying things like wheel toss opportunities, or team merchandise, or paninis from our fabulous food vendor Toast.
Yes,
or perhaps even a tasty beverage.
Yes, adult or otherwise, furnished by the Alliant Energy Center bar staff over there. And if you're looking for something a little chilly, just behind the scoreboard, Chocolate Shop Ice Cream is dishing out the scoops, or scooping out the dishes, depending on how you want to look at it. A lot of delicious ice cream over there. No carrots, sorry, for any of you who are looking for nutrition out there.
Yeah, if you're looking for healthy stuff, don't go to Chocolate Shop.
No, if you're looking for things that are healthy for your soul, Chocolate Shop, hands down.
Chocolate Shop, definitely, yeah. We'll make your insides smile.
But as you were saying, Reaver, we do have the wheel toss coming up at the intermission between games. So if you want to go over and pick up your wheels, the more wheels you throw, the better your chance to win, unless your aim is amiss tonight.
Really accurate with tossing
if
wheels.
you're trying to hit the announcers instead of the cowbell, you're doing it wrong.
That's true. Yes.
Both from if you're trying to win the basket standpoint and a general moral standpoint, I feel.
I feel that perhaps, yes, throwing things at announcers might be in poor taste.
So it looks like our official review has wrapped. We'll bring you the results shortly. Well, Reaver, it sounds like the quad squad was looking for a track cut penalty on the Unholy Rollers jammer in that last jam for not coming back in bounds at the proper location and time. But on discussing the fact the officiating team here did not notice any nefarious or otherwise illegal actions happening around that. So the no call will stand. Quad Squad will lose their official review for the first half.
And in this jam, we have Dark Horse jamming for the Quad Squad up against Blue Phoenix jamming for the Unholy Rollers. Dark Horse quickly making her way through the pack and earning lead jammer status. Blue Phoenix just behind her, also having completed their initial pass.
Dark Horse working her way through the pack, does get held up by the Unholy defense, will be forced to call off the jam. Picks up 3 points for the Quad Squad, holding the Unholy Rollers scoreless. Continuing to chip away at that lead, Quad Squad now sits at 29 points to the Unholy Rollers 34. 5 points separate these teams with 13 minutes and 30 remaining to play.
We'd like to thank our sponsor, UW Health and Unity Point Health Meritor and Quartz, who are committed to the health of our community and are proud to support Madison Roller Derby.
Getting back down to the action on the track, number 150 Amperslam out there jamming for the Quad Squad in green, up against number 1202 Ibuprofen for the Unholy Rollers in red. Lead jam is still open. Amperslam up at the front, trying to get through on the outside, but will get some last-minute defense in from the Unholy Rollers, but not enough to deny Amperslam the lead jam for Jam 12.
And Ibuprofen has completed her initial pass as well, coming around to work on scoring points. Amperslam, having completed her initial her first scoring pass, has picked up 4 points for the Quad Squad.
Forearm penalty is going to be assessed to number 26 for the Quad Squad Germs. Both Ibuprofen and Amperslam engaging the pack. Amperslam taking down the defense of the Unholy Rollers. Picks up 4 more points for the Quad Squad. Ibuprofen now likewise through on her first scoring pass of this jam. Unholy Rollers are going to lose the manipulator to the penalty box.
And Amperslam completing another scoring pass. 4 more points for the Quad Squad, bringing their total so far in this jam to 12 points. Ibuprofen having also completed another scoring pass. Meanwhile, Amperslam ends the jam, having picked up a total of 16 points for the Quad Squad and holding the Unholy Rollers to 42. Rich Mahogany, we have a score change.
Oh,
a lead change.
Quad Squad taking the lead, now leading Unholy Rollers by 3 points, 45-42. Like you said, Reaver, big jam there for Amperslam. It ties the highest scoring jam of the game, picked up in Jam 3. That was by Hailstorm for the Unholy Rollers. Hailstorm now back out on the track, jamming for the Unholies up against Quill for the Quad Squad. Quill picking up a back block penalty.
And Hailstorm picking up a track cut penalty. So we are going to have another little jammer swap in the penalty box, and this will be a 2-minute jam.
Who doesn't love endurance races? Oh boy, I just love skating and hitting people for 2 minutes straight.
I think anyone who regularly swims the 50-yard freestyle, not a fan of endurance races. But that's kind of irrelevant here in Roller Derby land. And Quill has completed their initial pass, as has Hailstorm. Both jammers now returning to the pack to score points.
Quad Squad doing a great job of doing just some passive defense there on the Unholy Rollers, preventing their wall from being able to really form up to stop Quill. Quill threw on that scoring pass relatively uncontested. Unholy Rollers not looking to make it as easy this time, but Quill does find some daylight on the inside. Quad Squad defense able to form up in front of Hailstorm.
And another back block penalty to Quill. Back to the penalty box for the Quad Squad. Hailstorm, meanwhile, continuing to score points for the Unholy Rollers. And this jam comes to a conclusion. Our total in that jam, 8 points put up by Quill and the Quad Squad, 11 points for the Unholy Rollers and Hailstorm and Rich Mahogany. We have a tie game.
Woo! All right, these teams fighting really hard that last jam, keeping things so close. But we now have a power start for the Unholy Rollers. That's Bart Slamson out there, number 417, jamming for the Unholy Rollers. Quill starting this jam from the penalty box for the Quad Squad. Quad Squad defense doing a great job putting the brakes down on Bart Slamson.
And Quill is returning to the track from the penalty box, getting ready to jam for the Quad Squad.
Oh, Quill fighting her way up to the front of the pack, but the Unholy defense goes up to meet her. She does squeeze by Bada Boombox, and lead jam is taken by Quill and the Quad Squad.
Now, we mentioned earlier that jammers cannot earn lead jammer status if they commit a penalty in that jam. However, because Quill's penalty was committed in the previous jam, that is why she was able to earn lead jammer this jam, even though she started in the penalty box.
Right you are, Reaver. Little bit of nuances here in penalties and lead, as had Quill removed her star and turned onto the track without it on, she would not have been eligible for lead. But that is some nuanced rules nerd stuff right there that we don't need to talk about right now. Quill through on the inside, picks up 4 more points for the Quad Squad.
And Bart Slamson was sent to the penalty box. And so Quill has ended that jam before Bart Slamson returns to the track. We will have a power start for the Quad Squad in the next jam. Lots of changes going on here in this game. We have a Quad Squad lead once again, 61 points to 53 for the Unholy Rollers.
Quad Squad going to be sending out number 16, Lana Del Rage, to start in this power start. Hack lining up on the pivot line. Lana Del Rage getting a bit of a running start coming into turn 1. Great job on the inside there by the Unholy Rollers. That's the way you want to go on the apexes. So a strong place to defend. Lana Del Rage will fight her way through, though. Takes lead jam for the Quad Squad. Tight pack happening here in turn 2.
And we have a star pass for the Unholy Rollers. Bart Slamson has passed off the star helmet cover to their pivot thrill show. And as a result, the jam was called to prevent thrill show from scoring any points.
And you know, sometimes that's all you need to achieve with the star pass is, as the team without lead, getting that star out of the pack, threatening to score points, forcing the opposing jammer with lead to call it. That does bring our score to Quad Squad 65, Unholy Rollers 53, as we get into Jam 16, with Hijinks jamming for the Unholy Rollers in red and Battle Frog out there for the Quad Squad in green.
Both teams putting up strong defense to hold the opposing jammers in the pack and prevent them from either of them from earning lead jammer status, making them work extra hard to get through the pack.
I believe Frog pushing hard at the front of the pack, but the defense for the Unholy's digging in hard. Oh, Frog able to get the Rhubarbarian to take a tumble. Does break through, will take lead for the Quad Squad.
Proof, Rich Mahogany, that it's not just about size and power, it's about physics.
All of these skaters leveraging physics to their the peak of their abilities. Battle Frog crashing into the pack, barely losing any momentum as they pick up 4 more roller derby points.
Hijinks still working on her initial pass, trying to get through the pack to be eligible to score points. Battle Frog already working on her third go round at picking up points. And she gets through for 4 more points, bringing her total so far this jam to 12. But we have had a star pass for the Unholy Rollers. Hello, Sailor. Now jamming for the Unholy Rollers. Battle Frog getting back to the pack and calling the jam after picking up 3 more points. 15 more points total for Battle Frog and the Quad Squad in that jam, bringing our score to 80 for the Quad Squad, 53 for the Unholy Rollers.
I'd like to give a shout out to Madison Roller Derby sponsor IO Arcade. IO is an open and inclusive space for drinkers with a gaming problem. Try any of our custom cocktails or craft beers and stake out your cabinet. With over 70 games to choose from, you can set a new high score on your own or duke it out with friends. And if the screens get too bright, settle down at the bar and grab a board game and claim a table. There's always something to do at IO.
And we have Blue Phoenix as lead jammer for the Unholy Rollers. Dark Horse jamming for the Quad Squad. Blue Phoenix picks up 4 points before ending that jam. 1 point goes to the Quad Squad.
Very quick jam there. We'll get the Unholy Rollers chipping away at the Quad Squad's lead. 57-81 in favor of the Quad Squad. Another shout out here for UW Madison, UW Health, Unity Point Health. Mariner and Quartz are committed to the health of our community and proud to support Madison Roller Derby. Thank you very much, UW Health. Out there jamming for Jam 18 is going to be Amperslam for the Quad Squad in the green. Ibuprofen starting this jam for the Unholy Rollers in the red.
And lead jammer goes to Amperslam of the Quad Squad. Amperslam getting hit to the outside and pulled to the back of the pack, recycled by Hello Sailor.
Oh, Amperslam trying to dance on the inside line, but Hello Sailor dancing right up a little bit faster, closing the door on Amperslam.
Meanwhile, Ibuprofen being held up at the front of the pack by the Quad Squad defense.
Both of these defenses holding down hard in the turn 1-2 apex. We are going to see Amperslam still at the back, while Ibuprofen is through at the front. That is not a lead jam for Ibuprofen. Is the first, or now eligible to score points, but no longer, as Amperslam calls off the jam after picking up 4 roller derby points.
Shout out to TransCare, introducing the TransCare app, the revolutionary free online web app designed to offer research-backed support for trans and non-binary individuals navigating gender dysphoria.
So we have a team timeout being called for by the Unholy Rollers. Similar yet different from the the official review, each team gets 3 team timeouts to use throughout the entirety of the game. You can use all 3 in the first half and have none for the second. You can use none in the first and have all of them for the second. You can use none of them and be horribly judged by the time-sensitive announcer.
Or you can string them all together and take one huge 3-minute team timeout.
You could, but if you did, then you would probably drive the time-sensitive announcer to madness. Which, hey, I hope the benches aren't listening right now, because I value my sanity.
But as a time-sensitive announcer, please allow me to recommend that you, the time-sensitive audience, if you know, we're almost at the end of this first half, so if you want to get a head start on buying wheels for our wheel toss or any fabulous merchandise or food or beverages, this is a good time to go and get started on that.
Right you are, Reaver. That is going to be a good time, especially if there are any more clock stoppages. Right now the clock is stopped at 1 minute and... Oh, no, not even. Oh, God, it stopped at 2 seconds.
2 seconds, Rich Mahogany.
I'm being a little dyslexic, apparently.
I'm going to posit that team timeout was used by the Unholy Rollers to ensure that another jam would take place in this first half.
An insightful thought and a brilliant move here on Holy Rollers, getting through, taking Hailstorm, taking lead jam. A track cut penalty being assessed to Quill, jammer for the Quad Squad. So we've got a power jam here for the Unholies in what will be the final jam of the first half. Good opportunity for them to start closing up this score gap. Hailstorm through for 4. Nice defense there at the back. Thrill Show helping to open up the line for her jammer. Hailstorm is through. 4 more points for the Unholies.
And Hailstorm knocked to the floor near the front of the pack and picks up a track cut in the process.
Oh, it was very close. A wheel or toe stop or something must have touched that inside of the track. So now the power jam is on the other skate, if you will, or even if you won't. Quill and the Quad Squad with the power jam now.
And so Quill will have another half minute to try and match the 8 points that have already been put up by Hailstorm for the Unholy Rollers. And she has passed the star to her pivot, Crystal Ice. Crystal Ice now the jammer for the Quad Squad. Hailstorm has returned to the track to continue jamming for the Unholy Rollers. And picked up a back block.
Oh.
Returning to the penalty box just before the jam ends at the 2-minute mark. So, at halftime, with 90 points for the Quad Squad, 65 points for the Unholy Rollers. In half 2, Rich Mahogany, the Quad Squad will be starting with a power jam, possibly. However, the Quad Squad is using the Unholy Rollers are using an official review. So we will let you all go and do your halftime excitement shopping, eating, beverage, and we will give you the information about what is going on in this official review before we get action started for the second half. Everyone, please enjoy your halftime, and we will see you in approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah. Please, and the best way to enjoy yourselves, for sure, picking up wheels for the wheel toss at the end of this game. We'll be back soon, friends.
All right, we're about ready to have some more roller derby action here at the arena at Alliant Energy Center. So grab your seats and get ready for period 2. As mentioned earlier, Rich Mahogany, we did have an official review called by the Unholy Rollers right at the end of period 1. They were requesting to have the back block penalty that had been assessed to their jammer removed. However, the referees discussed that action and agreed that the back block penalty was warranted. So Hailstorm will be beginning this period in the box, and Quad Squad will have a power jam once we get underway.
Right you are, Reaver. So Quad Squad going into the second half in a pretty strong position here. 90 points for the Quad Squad up against the Unholy Rollers, 66. So we will be getting this first jam underway at the whim of the one, the only Beast of Eden. And with that whistle, we are underway. Dark Horse out there jamming for the Quad Squad in green up against Hailstorm for the Unholies in red from the box. Dark Horse wasting no time picking up lead jam for the Quad Squad. Ooh, trying to get through, trying to do a nice little spin move on the outside there, but will be forced outside of the bounds of the track. Gonna recycle back behind the defenders of the Unholy Rollers.
Hailstorm, meanwhile, has been released from the penalty box and is returning to the track for her initial pass.
Oh, Slionite almost getting Dark Horse on the outside there, but Dark Horse with the fast feet back through picks up 4 points. Hailstorm back on the track, ready to score points, but as Dark Horse is taken down on the inside, jam will be called. 5 points total for the Quad Squad, 0 for the Unholies, brings our score to Quad Squad 95, Unholy Rollers 66.
And a shout out from Madison Sourdough, a bakery, cafe, mill, and patisserie located in Madison's Near East Side. We are a from-scratch bakery committed to nourishing our community, supporting our local food systems, and sharing our love of Wisconsin grains and wild fermentation through the tasty treats in the city.
Back down to the action on the track. Amperslam wears the star for the Quad Squad in green up against Ibuprofen for the Unholy Rollers in red. Both jammers jockeying for position here. Amperslam stuck at the back of the pack. Ibuprofen at the front, and Ibuprofen breaks through. Lead jam for the Unholy Rollers. Got a 1-to-1 lead differential here between these two teams in the second half.
Amperslam finally making her way through the pack and coming around, but Ibuprofen ends the jam before Amperslam can get into scoring position. 1 point for the Unholy Rollers in that jam.
Quick announcement here. If you have lost a wallet, Shetigar Ashwara, we have it for you over at the merchandise table. Shetigar Ashwara, if you have lost your wallet, please come to the merchandise table, describe it for us, and we'd be happy to return it to you. Getting back down to the action on the track, who's out there jamming, Reaver?
We have Quill jamming for the Quad Squad and Blue Phoenix jamming for the Unholy Rollers. Lots of tight defensive work in the pack, but Quill has broken through on the outside and earned lead jammer status for the Quad Squad.
Blue Phoenix almost through on the inside, was taken down by Booty Collins, recycled back behind Conan the Librarian.
Quill, meanwhile, is making her way to the front and scoring 4 points for the Quad Squad, and we have a star pass for the Unholy Rollers. Thrill Show is now jamming for the Unholies.
Quill coming in hot on the inside. Will call the jam as Thrill Show tries to jump the apex. Both jammers picking up 2 points on that pass. Going to be a total of 6 points for the Quad Squad, 2 points for the Unholies. Bring the score to Quad Squad 101, Unholy Rollers 69. Nice.
That's fun. And we are going to have an officials timeout. Looks like the referees have something to discuss. And you know what, Rich? I think that means I'm going to talk about the wheel toss.
Oh, please do.
Because, Rich, that wheel toss is happening as soon as this game ends.
That's right. 25 minutes and 44 seconds of game time away.
That means there's not a lot of time left to buy wheels for this wheel toss. So this is a great opportunity to get over to the MRD merch table and buy a couple of those wheels for a chance to win some of our fantastic prizes. Rich Mahogany, what are those fantastic prizes?
Oh, well, in this basket, we've got a whole bunch of Madison Roller Derby merch, some Delta Beer Lab gift cards, and a bunch of cool swag from Smash Fitness. They've generously donated a 10-class pass to our prize basket. Gen G believes that women are a force to be reckoned with and wants to shatter stereotypes to help clients forge ahead with their individual athletic, fitness, and personal wellness goals. Her gym space is located conveniently by the Costco in Verona, and this generous donation as a part of the Dairyland Dolls prize basket is a value of $200.
And Rich Mahogany, it looks like that officials timeout was brought to us by Score Verification and Correction. It was determined that 4 points were in fact scored by the Unholy Rollers in that previous jam, and so their score is now 71.
And while that is not quite as nice as it was in one way, it's definitely a nice win for the Unholy Rollers, picking up those 2 extra points. Back down to the action on the track. Battle Frog Jammer for the Quad Squad has taken lead, but has been reabsorbed back into the back of the pack. Bart Slamson out there jamming for the Unholy Rollers.
And Battle Frog has finally made her way out of the pack again. Bart Slamson still held up, but has passed the star to their pivot. Hello, Sailor. Now jamming for the Unholies.
Battle Frog being a battering ram here in the pack, taking down Unholy Roller blockers, but they are just getting right back up like zombies raising from the grave, holding Battle Frog back, allowing Hello Sailor, jammer of record for the Unholy Rollers, to get through. Will force the call off. Going to be 3 points up for the Quad Squad. Unholy Rollers held down to 0.
Rich Mahogany, what do I do if I want to learn how to skate or play roller derby?
Oh, if you would like to learn to skate or play or officiate or just generally support roller derby, you can check out our recruitment table. Our next 30-day free trial period starts April 2nd. You can start up early to reserve your spot. Skates and safety gear are available to borrow while supplies last. Stop by the recruitment table to learn more and find out how to get started as a skater, official, or off-skates volunteer.
And in this jam, we have Lana Del Rage jamming for the Quad Squad. She's up against Hijinks jamming for the Unholy Rollers. Both packs doing a lot of hard defensive work and keeping those jammers hemmed in, but Hijinks finally breaks through up front and takes lead jammer status.
Hijinks breaking up a 2-lead streak for the Quad Squad. Lana Del Rage still working on the initial, has stashed the star. Maybe is it just a secretive, stealthy maneuver, or will she pass the star? Nobody knows.
These are the questions. And it looks like she will not pass the star because she has earned a penalty.
In fact, both of our jammers heading to the box on penalties here, so Hijinks losing lead. Lana Del Rage losing eligibility for lead. This jam will now go for the full 2 minutes.
And we do have a star pass for the Unholy's. Thrill Show is now jamming, having taken the star from Hijinks. Thrill Show, nice and fresh and ready, powers her way through that Quad Squad pack at the front and earns 4 points for the Unholy Rollers. That jam has just come to an end. No additional points going up on the board. We now have 104 for the Quad Squad, 75 for the Unholy Rollers.
Very hard fought jam there, having a full 2 minute jam, a star pass, and only 4 points awarded. Speaks volumes to the strength of the defenses out there for that jam.
And we now have Blue Phoenix jamming for the Unholies, Dark Horse jamming for the Quad Squad. Blue Phoenix getting forced to the outside and recycled while Dark Horse picks up lead jammer.
Oh, big block on the inside opens the door for Dark Horse. She will get through. That was good riddance with that big block for the Quad Squad. Dark Horse through for 4 points. A quick call-off brings the score to Unholy Rollers 75, Quad Squad 108. 20 minutes and 40 seconds remain to play in this game, meaning you got 20 minutes and less than 40 seconds now to go and get your wheels for the wheel toss, which will be happening immediately after this game.
And our next jam is underway. Amperslam wearing the star once again for the Quad Squad. Ibuprofen wearing the star for the Unholies. And Amperslam has taken lead jammer.
Ibuprofen with 2 blockers to beat at the front of the pack. Quad Squad is going to lose their pivot to the box. Ibuprofen through, now eligible to score points, but Amperslam with the lap. Hello Sailor drifting at the back, trying to play some nice one-on-one defense against Amperslam. Amperslam through is held back by Bada Boombox. Oh, and Bada Boombox drawing the track cut on Amperslam. So this now a power jam for Ibuprofen and the Unholy Rollers. Fantastic opportunity for them to start making up some of this score deficit.
Quad Squad's pack working really hard. Held Ibuprofen to the outside and kept her from breaking through for a little bit, but she finally made her way past and has picked up 4 points for the Unholies.
Cyanide getting in there, playing some solo offense as Ibuprofen approaches the pack. Amperslam now back in action. Unholy Rollers trying to drive her out of the bounds of the track one way or the other, but Amperslam with some very fast feet and great track awareness staying in bounds.
Ibuprofen being held out at the front of the pack, working really hard to get past Booty Collins, who holds her until the end of the jam. But Ibuprofen had picked up that point. 4 points for Ivy and the Unholies. 4 points as well for the Quad Squad.
Gives us an even 8-8 jam there in jam number 7 of the second half. Score stands at Unholy Rollers 83, Quad Squad 116. 18 minutes remain to play. Jam underway in Jam 8. We've got Hailstorm out for the Unholies in red, but it's going to be Quill taking the lead for the Quad Squad in green.
Hailstorm being held up at the front of the pack by strong defense from the Unholy roll from the Quad Squad, but she passes the star to Thrill Show as Thrill Show squeaks by and out the pack around the track, forcing Quill to call the jam.
Believe that'll be Thrill Show's third star pass received this game. Each one used to great effect to end the jam, threatening points against the Quad Squad.
It highlights how having an effective and strong pivot can really be beneficial to a team.
Absolutely. Maybe not necessarily somebody who even themselves wants to go out and jam every time, but an aggressive, strong, fast skater makes for a great pivot.
And it looked for a moment like Battle Frog was going to have lead jammer, but she actually had a track cut instead. And so lead jammer goes to Bart Slamson of the Unholies.
Bart Slamson, rookie for the Unholy Rollers this year. Now at the front of the pack, 2 to beat, getting some nice offensive help there.
Some really excellent work being done by Booty Collins and Sasquatch to keep Bart Slamson in that pack while the remaining Quad Squad blockers could return from the penalty box.
Bart Slamson knocked to the inside, going to be forced to recycle back into turn 3. Battle Frog out of the penalty box, completing the initial pass. Will bring about the call off for the Unholy Rollers. 4 points picked up on that jam. Quad Squad held scoreless.
And Rich Mahogany, I do need to make a correction. I said that was Booty Collins and Sasquatch holding up the Unholy's jammer. That was actually Booty and Shelby Cobra. Excellent work, Shelby Cobra.
You are just lucky that the officials didn't catch that. Otherwise, you would have been serving a 30-second penalty, my friend.
I did not know announcers could earn penalties.
Announcers can earn anything that anybody else can, Reaver. Getting back down to the action on the track, Blue Phoenix, our lead jammer for the Unholy Rollers. Going up against Quill for the Quad Squad. Quill now making it through, just has Cyanide to beat. Nice maneuver on the outside there by Quill. Completes the initial pass. Kentucky Fried Carnage forcing the Unholy's jammer to the inside. Will force the call off, but a nice 4-0 jam for the Unholy Rollers brings our score to Unholy's 91, Quad Squad 119.
I want to give a shout out to Ian's Pizza, a proud sponsor of Madison Roller Derby. Ian's Pizza has 2 downtown locations, 100 State Street next to the Capitol and 319 North Francis near the Kohl Center. Both locations are open late, and Ian's Pizza has a 3rd Madison location at the historic Garver Feed Mill on Madison's east side. For more information, visit ianspizza.com. But let's talk about some roller derby.
Oh, let's do, Reaver. We've got Lana Del Rage out there jamming for the Quad Squad, taking lead. Currently working on the first scoring pass for the Quad Squad. Ibuprofen still working on the initial. Lana Del Rage with a hard-fought 4 points on that pass. Unholy Rollers still trying to get Ibuprofen out. Oh, Quad Squad losing some blockers to the box. Only one blocker up at the front for the Quad Squad. That's Booty Collins.
And the pack has moved forward to reabsorb the Ibuprofen, jamming for the Unholies, giving Booty some help up there at the front.
So we do have a star pass on the track for the Unholy Rollers. Hell Woods now holds the star.
Meanwhile, Lana Del Rage being recycled to the back of the pack and held up by Hello Sailor, but going to the penalty box now. This will be a power jam for Hellwoods and the Unholy Rollers.
20 seconds remain on the jam clock. Not quite sure when Lana Del Rage took a seat. The jam time may end before Lana is released from the penalty box. Quad Squad holding firm up at the front. Nice little turn up at the front of the pack. Hellwoods does get through, picks up 4 points as the jam ends.
Lana's still in the box.
We do still have Lana Del Rage ending that jam in the box. She is standing, meaning she has less than 10 seconds remaining to serve on that penalty. But that does mean the Unholy Rollers still sitting out with a power start going into jam 12.
And Jam 12 is underway. Hailstorm has taken lead jammer status for the Unholies, but Lana Del Rage is returning from the penalty box, ready to complete her initial pass for the Quad Squad.
Ooh, Hailstorm taken down on the inside, right on the turn 1-2 apex, is forced to recycle behind the pivot line. Oh, track cut penalty on Lana Del Rage. Sends her back to the penalty box. That means lead goes to Hailstorm, and it's a power jam, friends. Oh, big hit there by Gouda Riddance, being a wall of very sharp cheese.
However, that big hit did earn Gouda a high block penalty, so she will go join her jammer in the box.
Great opportunity here for the Unholy Rollers. Hailstorm through for 4 more points. That's 12 so far this jam. Coming in on the inside, beautifully skating through the open line.
Beautiful work. Inside to get through the back of the pack, swinging to the outside to get through the front of the pack. Wonderful job by Hailstorm, and she is back to score more points through the pack again. Lickety split, bringing her to 20 points so far in this jam, and we still have just over 10 seconds.
Oh, beautiful offensive maneuver by the manipulator for the Unholy Rollers, cracking open the Quad Squad wall at the last moment, letting Hailstorm get through untouched. Huge jam for the Unholies, Reaver.
Hailstorm called that jam, but there was only about 1 or 2 seconds left on the jam clock. That was a 24-point jam for Hailstorm. That is our biggest jam so far this evening, Rich Mahogany. And we do have a team timeout called by the Quad Squad.
And what a beautiful jam it was, Reaver. With that, now 8 points separate these two teams with 9 minutes and 27 seconds frozen on the clock. There's only one thing that I can think of that is as appropriate for something being frozen like this, and that's giving a shout out to Chocolate Shop Ice Cream.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're the best ice cream made in Wisconsin, and it tastes so good because it has gobs of rich Wisconsin cream, tons of real ingredients for boatloads of luscious flavors. That means it's not low fat, low calorie, or low anything but delicious. And that's why everyone loves it. You want nutrition? Eat carrots. You want delicious? Stop on by behind the scoreboard here, right next to the Toast food cart. Get yourself some Chocolate Shop ice cream.
That sounds like an excellent plan, Rich Mahogany. I wish I weren't announcing this game so I could go do that right now.
I know what I'm doing after the wheel toss after this game, Reaver.
Are you getting some Chocolate Shop ice cream?
I'm getting some Chocolate Shop ice cream, but y'all should go and get your wheels for the wheel toss because that's going to be going down in about 10 minutes here. But first, we've got Jam 13 of the second half of this game. Dark Horse jamming for the Quad Squad, taking lead jam. Bart Slamson jamming for the Unholy Rollers. Up the front of the pack. Bart Slamson looking for a potential star pass here. The Quad Squad doing a great job of just spreading out their defense, making that pass hard to make. The pass is completed over to Hell Woods. But Hell Woods then reabsorbed back into the pack, so still trying to work on that initial pass for the Unholy Rollers.
Hell Woods does finally make it through the pack, putting the star on her helmet. Dark Horse also having completed another scoring pass.
Autocorrect, our official on the our front OPR, outside pack ref, doing a nice side surf there, just, because it looks cool. That's why.
I admire those young referees with the hips that still work the way they're supposed to. Unlike some of us who can't
value
do
your
those
hips while they last,
things.
friends. Dark Horse and Hellwoods going around the track. 16 points for the Quad Squad so far. So Dark Horse starting to knock on that 24-point jam that we saw in the last jam for the Unholies. Battle Frog at the front of the back of the pack, breaking up the Unholy Rollers wall, gets Dark Horse through. Hellwoods through at the front, matching each other pass for pass at this point.
And I do want to give a special shout out to our jammer referees, Grave Clobber and Jackie, who have been working so hard scoring points. Both are new additions to our crew here in Madison. We are very glad to have them with us at practices and here in games.
That's right. We love our officials here so much. UDO 608, the one team here in Madison that has never lost a game.
Never. Bunch of winners. And you have an opportunity to join on the officiating crew if you so desire. If rules are your thing, if you're the kind of person who thinks Settlers of Catan is a great game, if you play role-playing games and you rules lawyer all the other people at the table, officiating roller derby might be for you.
Back down to the action on the track. Blue Phoenix has lead jam for the Unholy Rollers, currently working on the first scoring pass. Amperslam also through, looking to score some points for the Quad Squad. Oh, Amperslam taken down on the inside by Thrill Show, going to recycle back into turn one. Blue Phoenix working to get through in the wake of the inside line, does so. They pick up 4 more roller derby points for the Unholy Rollers. Oh, Blue Phoenix coming in hot, flies right through, picks up 4 more points for the Unholies. That's 12 points so far this jam. Amperslam still working on the first 4 for the Quad Squad. A stalwart defense out here for the Unholy Rollers.
And another completed scoring pass for Blue Phoenix and the Unholy Rollers. Amperslam still working to get her way through the pack.
Quad Squad finally able to capture Blue Phoenix at the front of the pack here. Taking away a lot of that momentum they'd managed to pick up. Jam ends on time. Big jam there for the Unholy Rollers. 19 points put up on the board. Quad Squad picking up 4. Brings our score to Quad Squad 155. Unholy Rollers 148. Reaver, we have a 7-point game and just over 4 minutes remaining to play.
That's right, Rich Mahogany. Let's see if this shift in momentum can carry the Unholy Rollers to bring that score a little bit tighter. However, Quill has picked up lead jammer for the Quad Squad in this jam. Ibuprofen also completing her initial pass. Both jammers getting ready to score some points.
Nice catch at the back of the pack by the Unholy Rollers defense. Quill forced to a stop on the jammer line. Quad Squad defense answering in kind, though, for Ibuprofen up at the front. Quill will be able to break through 4 more points for the Quad Squad. Quad Squad doing a good job of taking space away from Ibuprofen. Every time they try to back up to get a little bit of momentum, Quad Squad are just backing right up on them, taking that space away. Both defenses locking down in the first straightaway here. We do have a star pass, Reaver.
Yes, Hellwoods now carrying the star, putting on the star for the Unholy Rollers, and Quill will take this opportunity to end the jam.
Quill with some great track awareness and clock management there, waiting until the last moment to call off the jam to prevent Hellwoods from picking up any points. But as the Quad Squad is in the lead, they manage then to just take a little more time off that clock. At this point, time is on the Quad Squad side. Unholy Rollers have got to make some moves here, as only 2 minutes and 30 seconds remain to make up a 13-point deficit, as Dark Horse goes to the line for the Quad Squad up against Hailstorm for the Unholy Rollers.
And of course, with only 2.5 minutes in the game, Rich Mahogany, that means we have only 2.5 minutes to buy wheels for the wheel toss. So if you want wheel toss wheels and you haven't gotten them yet, please make your way over to the MRD merch table right now. Meanwhile, Hailstorm has gone to the penalty box with a back block.
Right you are, Reaver. But only now, after about 30 seconds of fighting, has Dark Horse fought her way through to take lead for the Quad Squad. Valiant defense here by the Unholy Rollers, as the Quad Squad blockers have nothing to do but try to help Dark Horse out. She does get through, picks up 4 more points.
Hailstorm, meanwhile, has made her way back to the track from the penalty box and is trying to get past Battle Frog and Kentucky Fried Carnage at the front of the engagement zone. Finally breaking through and coming to begin scoring points.
Dark Horse forced to the inside will quickly call off the jam. Is able to do so before any points can go up for the Unholy Rollers. 7 points picked up by the Quad Squad as the Unholy Rollers freeze the clock at 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining to play. 20 points separate these two teams. Holy cats, what a game we've got, Reaver.
Very exciting, Rich Mahogany. I'm excited.
Are you?
I am.
You sound excited.
I'm so excited. I just can't hide it.
I'm NPR excited, Reaver. Oh
I'm about to lose control.
I'm sorry.
I think I like it.
Sorry to have flown off the handle there. I will try to keep control. Roller derby is a gentle person's game. And
you know what's exciting, Rich Mahogany?
Tell me what's exciting, the Goram Reaver.
More roller derby action.
That's right. I do love more roller derby action. Why don't you tell me more about more roller derby action?
After this game, of course, we're going to have the wheel toss.
Oh, boy.
But following that, there is going to be another entire game of roller derby here tonight, Rich Mahogany.
Oh, I can't wait, Reaver.
And so we definitely want everyone to stick around for that once this game is over, because it's going to be some exciting interleague game action between the Herd and Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
I can scarcely wait, Reaver. Just like Quill could scarcely wait to get through that pack on the inside, taking lead jam for the Quad Squad. Blue Phoenix jamming for the Unholies in the red.
And both jammers are working on putting up some points to see what they can do in this, what may be our final jam of this game.
big hit on Blue Phoenix and a run back by Booty Collins all the way back to the jam line. Quill in control of this jam as the lead, but being recycled back into the pack. And of course, as I say, that breaks through.
Of course, because roller derby action can change with nary a moment's notice.
Oh, big hit there in the back of the pack as Quill crashes through the defense into Hell Woods.
And Quill ends this jam, and our period clock had expired, so that will end the game. Our jammer refs are going to take a moment to confer with their scorekeepers, ensure that everything is okay.
What an exciting way to start out the evening, Reaver. We're waiting for final confirmation. Looks like we are good on that clock. Going to be waiting for one of my favorite yet saddest whistles. That's the one. That's the one that ends the game.
The rolling whistle.
With that, friends, Unholy Rollers taking home 154 roller derby points, but Quad Squad taking home the win with 176. Come on out for your high fives, and let's give it up for your winners, the Quad Squad. And now let's give it up for your Unholy Rollers.
And let's give it up for your officiating crew and your track staff. All of the volunteers who make roller derby possible.
Okay, friends, you are down to the wire here. If you are participating in the wheel toss, now's the time to get your wheels. So as these teams clear the track, if you're participating in the wheel toss, please head out, grab your wheels, and line up on the outside of this blue taped line. We will be getting things started in the next 5 minutes or so as we get paparazzi's very expensive camera equipment put away. Because we don't want you throwing wheels at that, mama. No. Don't break Papa's stuff. That's like the one rule of roller derby. Don't break Papa's stuff. All right, folks, now is the time. If you're participating in the wheel toss, please head trackside, line up behind the blue line, and get ready to throw. All right. Yes, from the blue line. If you're throwing from in front of the blue line, we're going to send Sinister Urge after you. and not in a fun way. Well, it'll be fun for most of us. All right. So, wow, we've got a lot of people out there. Thank you all. Oh, I'm so excited to have you all participating in this. All right. So, for those of you who are unfamiliar with how the Dairyland Dolls wheel toss works, y'all are going to be throwing your wheels not at me, no, not at me, at the cowbell once I leave the track. Yeah, okay, so I will, like, little tip, friends, throwing them overhand is very fun, but these wheels bounce. An underhand throw may suit you better, or not. Don't let me influence your strategy. But so what's going to happen here is once I get out of the way, we're all going to throw our wheels with the intent of not in the face, boss. No, we're all going to throw our wheels with the intent of them coming to rest as close to this cowbell as possible, and whoever's wheel is closest will win a delightful gift basket full of all kinds of goodies. All right. I think we're ready to go. Are you all ready to go? All right, fantastic. Well, at the count of 3, please throw your wheels. 3, 2, 1, go! Imagine if all of these had lights in them. We've got some really close wheels here. All right, so I have Jen G here, who has graciously donated a bunch of, I believe it's 10 tickets or 10 sessions, 10 passes to come in and get your fitness on. So, all right, Jen, I think this one that landed on the tape may be the one. Oh, that's it.
I don't think it's close at all.
No, not at all. All right, that's about my foot away, and that's way more. That's the closest one. What do we got?
All right, we've got number 177.
Hey! Congratulations! Come on out. We're going to have a who's got the prize basket? For one, I don't have it. Congratulations! Thank you. Yeah, it's somewhere. Someone has it. What's your name?
My name is Jenny.
Jenny, congratulations. And thank you all for participating in the wheel toss. Here we go. Here we've got basket stuff coming in. And then if you wouldn't mind a photo, just be like, oh, hey, look at the cool stuff. Thank you so much, Jenny, and thank you all for participating. We are going to come around and collect these wheels. Now you've got, oh, boy, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, enough time for us to clear the track and clean the track. And then we are going to be coming back with our second game, Madison Roller Derby's The Herd, taking on Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Derby fans, it is my pleasure to tell you Time to Derby is a lie. Add approximately 10 minutes to what you see there on the screen. We will be starting game number 2 at approximately 8:25 p.m. We are slightly behind schedule. 8:25 p.m. will be our game start. Good evening once again. It is so wonderful to see so many of you have stuck around for more roller derby action here at the arena at Alliant Energy Center. I am the Goram Reaver.
I am Rich Mahogany. And we are super duper excited to be here with Barbie Bus, our illustrious producer. If you thought that our stats game was lame in the first game, it's because we didn't have Bus on our side then.
We were flying solo in
Bus
tandem.
was busy letting y'all in and making sure you paid us your dues. But now, Bus is going to lay down the stat grooves. So in this second game, we've got an interleague matchup happening for you here. Madison Roller Derby's The Herd going to be taking on Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
So welcome to Chippewa Valley Roller Derby and everyone else who came to see them from points far and wide. We are so pleased to have you here in Madison for the evening. And with that, let us get the show on the road by introducing you to the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Number 13 is May Roland Go Hung. 15, Steph Leopard. Number 17 is Armin Slammer. Number 20, Roland Riz. 22, Bridge Breaker. 222 is Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber. 25 is Stunt Double. 27 is Mullet the Stallion. Number 331, the Norwegian Squirrel. 333, Toxic Hell. Number 42, Ivana Smash Ya. Number 48, Madtown. 57, Joan Threat. 811 is Phenomenal. And 924, Speed Rita. Chippewa Valley Roller Girls are joined on the bench by Pitbull Scarier and Kiss My Brass. Everyone please give it up for the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
And now, welcoming to the track their opponents for this evening, Madison Roller Derby's own, The Herd. First off, number 1104, The Derber Baby. Number 1337, Melee. Number 150, Amper Slam. Number 17, Dilemma. Number 207, Slam Chowda. Number 222, Hoppy Go Lucky. Number 238, Radio Smacktive. Number 262, Nat Splat. Number 27, Sasquatch. Number 273, Crystal Ice. Number 427, Shelby Cobra. Number 7184, Wolf Rammer. Number 800, Bada Boom Box. Number 808, Hawaii KO. And number 815, Antimatter. The Herd is supported from the bench by Glottal Attack, Smackery Binks, Thrill Show, Sly-Eyed Battle Frog, and La March Madness. Folks, give it up for the Herd!
We'd like to welcome our officials for this game. You're going to see a lot of familiar faces and maybe some new places. For this game, our skating officials are Dark Matter, Autocorrect, Eddie Lizard, Hellwoods, Jackie, Havoc, Fury, and Graveclobber. Non-skating officials are Captain Emo, Beast of Eden, Valkyrie, Unomas, Brazzle Dazzle, Oxford Coma, Red, Sadie Masochist, Just Danny, and Louisville Slugger. Thank you to all of our officials.
All right, we are lined up and ready for the first jam of Game 2. Merely waiting on the pleasure of Beast of Eden. And we are underway.
Our first jammer for the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby is number 222, Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber, jamming against Hawaii KO for the herd. Both jammers working hard to get through the defense of the pack, but Hawaii KO is first through with lead jammer status.
Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber still working on the initial pass. Locked up behind Bada Boombox, Melee, and Wolframmer at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, number 25 for Chippewa Valley. That's stunt double. I thought it was the regular double, but it's stunt double.
Yeah. No, that's an easy mistake to make, Rich. And Hawaii KO is through the pack on her first scoring pass. 4 points going up for the herd. Meanwhile, Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber is still trying to make her way through the pack. And she has done so.
Oh, Hawaii KO taken down on the inside. Will force the call off. Going to be 4 points for the herd. That's 8 points total for the jam. Chippewa Valley held down to 0. Going to line up for jam number 2. Single blocker in the box for Chippewa Valley. The herd out at full strength.
And we have Dilemma jamming for the herd and Phenomenal jamming for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Dilemma at the back of the pack, struggling against that Chippewa Valley defense. Push to the inside, manages to stay in bounds, grabs lead jam. Dilemma in the lead for the herd. Phenomenal still working on the initial.
Phenomenal finally making her way through the pack, coming around to get into scoring position. Dilemma knocked to the inside and has to recycle. Phenomenal, meanwhile, has picked up a track cut penalty and goes to the penalty box.
Oh, power jam for the herd. Penalty box looking a little full right now, Reaver. Only 2 blockers on the track for either team. Dilemma, the only jammer out, is able to spread the pack out, pushing them out to the outside line on the apex, then cutting onto the inside. Very smart strategy there. Penalty box is emptying out. The herd now back up at full strength. 2 blockers in the box for Chippewa Valley.
And Phenomenal has finally returned to the track from the penalty box, knocked to the inside at the front of the pack.
Dilemma content to keep this jam running, having racked up 16 points so far. Phenomenal now through, picking up the first points of the jam for Chippewa Valley.
First points of the game as well, Rich.
Right you are, Reaver. With that, the jam will come to its natural 2-minute conclusion. A big jam for jam number 2 for the herd, putting up 18 points to Chippewa Valley's 4. brings our score to Chippewa Valley 4, the Herd 26, with 26 minutes remaining to play in the first half.
A shout out to TransCare. Be a part of groundbreaking clinical trials starting in April of 2024, not only contributing to vital research, but also enhancing your mental well-being. Reach out to lewis.lindley@wisc.edu to embark on this transformative journey.
Out on the track, Amperslam jammer of record for the Herd in white, up against Ivana Smasha for Chippewa Valley in the black. Amperslam is through, taking lead jam. Chippewa Valley losing a blocker, number 25, to a multiplayer block. That is stunt double.
Amperslam through, completing a scoring pass, and we do have a star pass for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber having taken the star from Ivana Smasha.
Amperslam going through on the inside, is taken down to the ground. Nice jump there by Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber. 4 points up for both of these jammers. A Scuttlebutt out in the front, tearing through. Oh, is driven to the outside by Bada Boombox. Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber had a lot of momentum there on that pass. Bada Boombox putting the kibosh on that.
Amperslam through the pack again. 4 more points for the Herd. Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber being recycled again to the back of the pack. And Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber slides her way along the outside of the track just before the jam comes to an end. In that jam, we have a total of 8 points for the Herd, 8 points for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Brings us to a score of 34 for Madison, 12 for Chippewa Valley.
Getting into jam number 4 of the first half, we have Radio Smacktive jamming for the Herd in white, up against Steph Leopard for Chippewa Valley in black. And it's Steph Leopard taking lead jam for Chippewa Valley. That's the first lead jam for Chippewa Valley this game. Steph Leopard just flying around the track. A lot of these Chippewa Valley jammers, Reaver, seem like as soon as they get that open spread of track in front of them, they just put on the afterburners.
And Steph Leopard has a power jam going. Radio Smacktive having gone to the box for the Herd. Steph Leopard completing a scoring pass, putting up 4 more points for the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Steph Leopard escorted to the outside of the track by Crystal Ice.
Radio Smacktive is back on the track, working to get through the pack, is unable to do so before the jam ends. 3 more points for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby at the end there, 0 for Madison Roller Derby.
That is a nice jam for Chippewa Valley, managing to hold the Herd scoreless. Score stands Chippewa Valley 19, the Herd 34.
And that is the first scoreless jam for the Herd in this game. Excellent job by Chippewa Valley's defense.
Indeed. Getting back down to the action on the track for jam number 5. Phenomenal jamming for Chippewa Valley in the black, up against Nat Splat for the Herd in white.
And lead jammer goes to Phenomenal for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
2 leads in a row for Chippewa Valley.
Nat Splat working real hard against Stunt Double, finally gets through at the front of the pack. Meanwhile, Phenomenal slides right on through for 4 points.
Nat Splat trying to go, cuts from the into the middle to try to blast through the wall, is being held by number 25 Stunt Double. Does push out beyond the zone of engagement. Stunt's gonna have to let her go.
And that jam comes to an end.
This is Barbie Bus coming at you with an ad read for IO Arcade. IO is an open and inclusive space for drinkers with a gaming problem. Try any of their custom cocktails or craft beers and stake out your cabinet. With over 70 games to choose from, you can set a new high score of your own or duke it out with friends. And if the screen gets too bright, settle down at the bar and grab a board game and claim a table. There's always something to do at IO.
Thank you, Barbie Bus. And Hawaii KO has just taken lead jammer status for Madison Roller Derby. They will be jamming against Scuttlebutt Jimmer Jabber for Chippewa Valley.
Hawaii KO coming in low and fast, is forced to the outside, gonna go way far back. Once again, getting that head full of steam, coming in, going for the same dip out the outside, through that time. Going to be 4 points for the herd.
And Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber completes their initial pass. Meanwhile, Hawaii KO has gone to the penalty box. This is now a power jam for Chippewa Valley.
And the jam will go the full 2 minutes as Hawaii KO was the lead jammer. So a whole another minute of jam action here. Uncontrolled by a lead jammer.
Quite a few Chippewa Valley blockers in the box, but Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber getting pushed to the outside. Is going to the box herself for a penalty.
So Hawaii KO released from the penalty box, as we don't want a jammerless jam. That's way less fun than having at least one jammer out there. Hawaii KO picks up 4 points.
Hawaii KO back to the pack for another scoring try. It's getting a lot of action from Chippewa Valley blockers up at the front. But this jam comes to its 2-minute conclusion. 4 more points going on the board for each team. A total of 12 points in that jam for the herd, 4 points for Chippewa Valley.
Tell you, Reaver, a lot of really great solo blocking being done in the middle of the pack there by Chippewa Valley's number 17, Arm and Slammer. Definitely out there saying, hey, it's my birthday, have some hits.
It's my birthday, and I'll block you if I wanna.
Exactly. Happy birthday, Armin Slammer. Thank you so much for coming out and playing some Derby on your birthday.
Lead jammer status going to Dilemma for the herd. Madtown is currently jamming for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Oh, but now she's not. She has passed the star to her pivot, number 42. That is Ivana Smashya.
Ivana Smasha putting the star on, activating her jammer powers, is getting locked up at the back of the pack. Her defense holding firm. Dilemma will break through up at the front of the pack for 4 points. But while we look just from one end of the track to the other, Ivana Smasha smashes through the wall of the herd, picking up a 4-point scoring pass.
And Dilemma, the herd's jammer, going to the penalty box on a back block. Ivana Smasha, meanwhile, getting blocked to the infield and recycling to the middle of the pack before coming back. Getting held up by Bada Boombox at the front, who is joined by some of her teammates.
Lot of lateral movement happening here for both of the blocking teams, being able to seemingly be everywhere at once across the entire front of the pack. But Ivana Smasho will break through, picks up 4 more points for Chippewa Valley as Dilemma returns to the track for the herd.
Ivana Smasha through the pack again, 4 more points for Chippewa Valley. And Dilemma once more completing a scoring pass for Madison.
Track cut penalty assessed to a Chippewa Valley skater. It's going to be Mullet the Stallion heading to the penalty box right as the jam ends on time. Big jam for both of these teams. But it's going to be the Herd coming out on top with 20 points to Chippewa Valley's 13.
Our score is currently 70 for the Herd, 44 for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
If my announcer math is correct, and it may well not be, that is 36 points that separate these two teams with 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the first half.
It's 26 points, Rich.
That's what I said, 26. Back to the action on the track. Amperslam out to take lead jam for the Herd up against Phenomenal for Chippewa Valley. Phenomenal through on the outside is now eligible to score points for Chippewa Valley. Amperslam through for 4, going to call off the jam before any points can be put up by Chippewa Valley. I'd like to turn things over to Barbie Bus for a sponsorship read.
I am back again to tell you about Usman Law. High interest rates have made paying off credit cards and loans harder than ever. To learn the easiest way to pay things off, visit madtownlawyer.com to schedule a free call with attorney Z. Usman, the finance fixer. He can help you freeze interest, halt repossession, stop foreclosure, and end wage garnishment. Visit madisonlawyer.com.
Thank you, Bus. Getting back down to the action on the track. We've got Radio Smacktives jamming for the Herd against what is quickly becoming my new favorite derby name, Reaver, Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber.
And lead jam goes to Radio Smacktive. Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber still working to get through the pack. And it looks like we do have a star pass for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Now jamming is Roland Riz, number 20.
Riz trying to force her way through the middle of the Herd's defense, but the Herd stays tight. Dio up at the front of the pack. Penalty being assessed to Chippewa Valley blocker. Radio Smacktives through for 4 points. Roland Riz through, now eligible to score points for Chippewa Valley. Radio Smacktive going to keep the jam rolling. Destruction call on antimatter for the Herd. Roland Riz will get through, 4 points up for Chippewa Valley. One blocker in the box for each of these teams. Dio forced to the inside, going to call off the jam. Grand total of 11 points for the Herds, 2 Chippewa Valley's 4.
And a tasty little stats tidbit for you, Rich Mahogany. And this is why we have Barbie Bus here to feed us these little facts. It does look like Madison is running a 5-jammer rotation. CVRD appears to be running only about 3 jammers in their jammer rotation. So it might be easier for Madison to get some fresh legs out there. Might have a little more energy in the tank when we get a little later in the game because they're not jamming their jammers as frequently.
Right you are, Reaver. On the other hand, we also see Chippewa Valley's jammers being able to go out more often, getting a little bit more used to how the Herd's defense is playing. So while they are out there expending more energy, they're also out there getting more information, more muscle memory. So
they are learning things at a faster rate.
Trade-offs. It's like
there are. It's like you have to play a game to decide how to play the game.
That's the name of the game, is the game. You can't, if you're going to game, you got to game. And if you're going to game, you got to game. Game. Roller derby.
Game.
Team timeout for Chippewa Valley has expired. Good time to kind of break up the momentum here. The Herd with a solid lead.
And we are a little more than halfway through the first period of this game. Now we've got Nat Splat jamming for the Herd up against Ivana Smasha jamming for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Nat Splat trying the inside line will be recycled back behind Norwegian Squirrel for Chippewa Valley.
Meanwhile, Ivana Smasha getting recycled to the back of the pack by Hoppy Go Lucky.
Lead is assessed to the Herd's Nat Splat. Antimatter returning to the track for the Herd from the penalty box as Ivana Smasha completes the initial pass.
Nat Splat getting knocked to the infield at the front of the pack and returning to the track to pick up a penalty. It looks like that was an out-of-play block. Rich Mahogany, I believe she blocked her way onto the track from out of bounds. You're not allowed to do that.
No, can't do that. No, nope. So that's going to be a power jam for Ivana Smasha and Chippewa Valley. Just the edge that they need right now to be able to start making up some of this score deficit.
Ivana Smasha was almost through the pack at the front, but got knocked to the infield and recycled to the back. And that was exactly what the Herd needed. Now their jammer, Nat Splat, is back on the track.
Nat Splat picking up a lot of steam approaching the pack. Will be forced to the inside. Chippewa Valley defense doing a great job of just they've got a bit of a Gumby wall. They're just expanding, contracting, being everywhere and nowhere at once, except they're just always where Nat Splat wants to be. Ivana Smasha taken down on the outside is going to recycle back behind Wolframmer. Nat Splat going to call off the jam.
No, I believe that jam came to its 2-minute conclusion because lead jammer status was lost when Nat Splat got her penalty.
I will take your word for it. I believe you, Reaver.
But Madison has had the lead jam 8 out of these 10 jams. Chippewa Valley Roller Derby has only had lead jammer twice. And we have wound up with 3 full 2-minute jams so far.
And a quick lead jam going to Hawaii KO for the Herd for jam 11. Phenomenal also through the pack for Chippewa Valley. Single blocker to beat, stunt double, staying in front of Hawaii KO. Nice turn to the inside, though. We'll see 4 points go up for the Herd. 4 points also being called for Phenomenal and Chippewa Valley.
And Hawaii KO through the pack again, scoring 4 more points for Madison. Phenomenal sliding through the pack.
Fancy footwork on the inside line by Hawaii KO. Picks up 4 points as they call off the jam. Very close jam. 12 points for the Herd, 8 points for Chippewa Valley.
And I'm back to tell you about Madison Sourdough, which is a bakery, cafe, mill, and patisserie all in one located on Madison's Near East Side. They are a from-scratch bakery committed to nourishing our community, supporting our local food systems, and sharing their love of Wisconsin grains and wild fermentation through the tastiest treats in the city. And our very own Ulner Threat is on their pastry staff.
Getting back down to the action on the track, Dilemma jams for the Herd in white up against Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. And it's Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber taking lead jam.
Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber through the pack, lickety split as fast as she can, calling off that jam. And we are going to see how the points fall out on that one. 0 points for the Herd. Excellent defensive jamming by Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Penalty box is empty as we line up for jam number 13 of the first half, meaning we've got 80 wheels ablazing on the inside of the flat track. More if you can count our officials. But it's going to be Steph Leopard jamming for Chippewa Valley in black, but Amperslam for the herd taking lead jam. Steph Leopard flying out of the pack. Does complete the initial pass for Chippewa Valley. Amperslam pushing through at the front, one blocker to beat. Oh, great job there by number 20 and 331. That is Roland Riz and Norwegian Squirrel for Chippewa Valley, drawing that track cut on the herd jammer Amperslam. So the lead is lost for the herd, and the power jam goes to Steph Leopard and Chippewa Valley. Big run back here happening by Bada Boombox on Steph Leopard. Herd defense holding firm. A nice penalty kill there by the herd as Amperslam returns to the track. This jam will go the full 2 minutes as we no longer have a lead jammer.
And Amperslam back from the penalty box, having completed her service, scoring points, but we do have a star pass for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby, and now Roland Riz has the star for the team in black.
Amperslam with the tightrope run on the inside picks up 4 more points for the herd. Breaks through again just as the clock hits 0. Picks up 4 more points for the herd. Going to be a total of 12 for the herd, bringing their score up to 113. 6 points for Chippewa Valley brings their score to 78. We've got 5 minutes remaining to play in the first half. Would like to remind folks that at the half, the bar will be closing. That stuff does close down at 9 p.m. So if at the halftime, that may be your last chance to pick up an adult beverage.
Yeah, we've hit.
Apropos of absolutely nothing, I'm looking over at the Learn to Play roller derby table, and I see Black Magic over there looking just absolutely fabulous, friend. Like, oh my God, look at that hat and jacket. Like, that's amazing. You are now the star of my show, Magic. Thank you to Word, Wisconsin United Roller Derby. Word is Madison's all-gender roller derby league. Coming out and chat with them if you'd like. And like clearly, I mean, like Magic and Mama over there kicking out style and finesse, Ray above the rest.
Rich Mahogany, when can I see Word play?
Actually, funny story, Reaver, at
really?
our
Tell me.
very next game, which will be happening on March 16th, Word will be taking on Team Unicorn for our interleague game.
That sounds so exciting.
I cannot wait, literally. I will sleep under the bleachers here until that game because I need to. But in the meantime, we've got a whole another 5 minutes of roller derby for this half and another half of roller derby. Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber jamming for Chippewa Valley against Dio for the herd.
And Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber getting held up at the front of the pack by tight defense from Madison's The Herd. Dio, meanwhile, sleeping her way through the pack, picking up 4 points for Madison.
Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber closing the distance quickly. I tell you, Reaver, these Chippewa Valley jammers, once they get out of the pack, are so fast. They complete that lap. Chippewa Valley's defense doing a great job of holding back Radio Smacktive. Dio does manage to stay in bounds, completes the scoring pass. Do have Dio back up at the front of the pack. 2 blockers to beat. It's going to be stunt double and number 48, Madtown, are not going to be able to hold Dio forever. Dio is through for 4 more roller derby points.
Scuttlebutt Jibber Jammer picking up 4 points for Chippewa Valley. We still have about 24 seconds left, just over 20 seconds. But, of course, Dio can end that early at any time if she chooses to.
That's right. Dio here with the power of clock. Nice job. Dio finding an open line on the inside. Gets through almost untouched for 4 more points. Jam will come to its natural 2-minute conclusion. 20 points up for the herd. Chippewa Valley managing to sneak away 8. Brings our score to Chippewa Valley 86, the herd 133, with 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the first half.
Rich Mahogany, if I'm having so much fun here that I don't want the fun to end, is there some place I should go afterwards?
There is. In fact, there is a party happening afterwards that one might call the after party. That's happening down at Delta Beer Lab, and we'll tell you more about it after this jam, because Phenomenal is out there taking lead jam for Chippewa Valley. That breaks a 2-jam lead streak for the herd. Thank you to the delightful calculations of Barbie Bus. I wouldn't have that information in my brain otherwise.
Madison's jammer Nat Splat getting knocked to the outside and recycled way behind the pack. Her cover is off, but she is still the jammer, and she is working hard to get through the pack. Finally making it through. Justice Phenomenal also completes her pass. 4 points for Phenomenal in the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Nat Splat finally in scoring position for the herd. Slips right on through as Chippewa Valley has some pack deficits due to penalties.
Indeed, it was just Speed Rita out there on the track as the lone line of defense for Chippewa Valley. Nat Splat going to get through, picks up 4 points, calls off the jam. The penalty box was able to empty out a good deal, but Chippewa Valley will start this jam with 2 blockers in the box. So a 4-2 pack advantage for the herd going into jam number 16 of the first half.
And we have Hawaii KO picking up lead jammer for the herd here in Madison. Steph Leopard working to get her way through the pack as jammer for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. No pack is called by the pack referees, releasing Hawaii KO, scoring 4 points for Madison.
Hawaii KO flying around the track is taken down on the outside by Speed Rita. And again, lining up far back is Hawaii KO, really allowing her to pick up that speed. Does stay on the inside on 1 foot, but taken to the ground in front of Armin Slammer.
And we do have a star pass for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Roland Riz is now jamming for the team from Eau Claire, picking up 4 points.
Roland Wiz finding that daylight on the outside, just scooting around the pack to pick up 4 points for Chippewa Valley. Hawaii KO through for 4 more points of their own. Roland Riz recycled behind Crystal Ice. Hawaii KO delivered into the loving embrace of the Blocktopus of Chippewa Valley. That's 8 limbs out there just grasping the skater.
And Hawaii KO decides to end the jam, and our period clock has expired, so that will end our period. 16 points put up by Hawaii KO in that jam for the herd, 8 points for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Our score is now 153 Madison, 100 Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
We're going to go into the halftime now. We got about 15 minutes to go and stretch your legs. Check out the merchandise tables. Get the last bit of goodies you can from our vendors before they shut down. But whatever you do, get on down back here in the next 10 minutes to your seats for the exciting conclusion of Chippewa Valley Roller Derby versus Madison's The Herd.
Rich Mahogany, I have a question for you.
Oh, I have an answer. Let's see if they match.
If I am really enjoying all of this interleague roller derby action, is there a way for me to see a whole bunch of this kind of exciting interleague gameplay at once?
Oh, Reaver, there is, and it would be a pleasure for me to tell you all about
please
it.
Tell me everything, Rich.
Well, Utter Chaos is a little tournament that we here at Madison Roller Derby like to put on every now and again. And it's going to be Utter Chaos time at the end of April, friends.
Woohoo! I love me some chaos.
Oh, me too. So you should mark your calendars for April 26th through the 28th down at the Hartmeyer Ice Arena. All of your favorite Madison Roller Derby travel teams, the Dairyland Dolls, the Herd, Team Unicorn will be playing sanctioned games against teams like Chippewa Valley Roller Derby from all around the area for 3 back-to-back-to-back days of roller derby action.
3 whole days?
More derby than you could shake a stick at.
Oh my goodness. I do love me shaking sticks.
I know how much you like that. So I hope challenge is accepted, and I hope you all accept the challenge of joining us at Utter Chaos 2024.
I heard that if
I see what you did there.
That if I go to madisonrollerderby.org/utterchaos, I can buy me some tickets.
Oh, you heard right, Reaver, and they never gonna be cheaper now than they are. But for now, we've got a whole nother half of roller derby action in front of us. Scuttlebutt, jibber jabber, taking lead jam for Chippewa Roller Derby. Chippewa Valley Roller Derby, excuse me. Whoa, running up to the front of the pack. Nice juke there. Jam will be called 4-0 jam in favor of Chippewa Valley.
An exciting way to start the second half off, Rich Mahogany.
All right, you are, Reaver. Chippewa Valley with a 49-point deficit here. But a whole halftime of rest has happened. New strategeries have been strategized. As we see Phenomenal out there taking lead for Chippewa Valley. That's 2 leads in a row to open up the second half.
Radio Smackdip getting held up at the front by some Chippewa Valley Roller Derby players, but eventually being released and coming around to score some points. Radio Smackdip through the pack, putting up 4 points for Madison Roller Derby.
Phenomenal skating through on the outside, picks up 4 more points. Dio with 1 to beat, crashes into birthday skater Armin Slammer.
Radio Smackdip going to the penalty box with an out-of-play block. Gives us a power jam for Phenomenal and the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Armin Slammer just so considerate on their own birthday, saying, you know what my gift to you is, Dio? 30 seconds to just sit and chill. Jam will end. We've got 8 points up for Chippewa Valley, 4 for the Herd. Brings our score to Chippewa Valley, 112. The Herd, new points added to the Herd. That's 7 points total for the Herd. So 112 points for Chippewa Valley, 160 for the Herd. 27 minutes and 20 seconds remain to play in this game. It is going to be a power start for Chippewa Valley. Ivana Smasha out in the power start. Radio Smackdip starting from the penalty box for the Herd.
Madison Roller Derby also at a pack deficit, but Ivana Smasha having a no pass, no point, an improper pass denying her the lead jammer status. So lead will go to Radio Smacktive for the herd.
That's right. Dio now eligible to score points. Ivana Smasha through for 4. May not be the lead jammer, but is the jammer in the lead. No pack is called. They're going to have to let Dio go.
But the pack reformed, and Stunt Double still in position to provide some blocking, keeping Dio from breaking free from the pack.
Oh, nice blocking pair there by Wolframmer and Shelby Cobra. Ivana Smasher will break through the power of that braid. Have you seen Ivana's braid, Reaver?
Yes.
It's magnificent.
It is lengthy. It looks strong.
Strong jam for Chippewa Valley. At least 12 points, and I'm sure as soon as yes, 12 points, no more, no less. And the officials will add more. No? All right, cool. The herd, 7 points, brings our score to Chippewa Valley 124, the herd 167. Chippewa Valley starting to chip away at that score lead of the herd. Oh, sorry, that was Nacho whistle.
And we now have an official's timeout, which means I'm going to give a shout out
oh boy,
to Terciop's Truncated Studios, a local Derby-owned independent game design team bringing you fun games and fun gifts for the gamers in your life. Play their new Wreck 'em Up space opera, The Day We Fought Space, now available on a mobile device near you.
Oh, I love Terciop's Truncated Studios, and I love that game, The Day We Fought Space. It is ridiculously fun. If you all haven't checked it out, it is like just, I mean, not now. There are other important things happening now.
After the game.
But after the game, go home on your mobile device and check out The Day We Fought Space.
You know what? You don't even have to go all the way home. You can go all the way to Delta Beer Lab for the after party. And while you are there enjoying the after party, you can download that game to your mobile device.
Oh, all the fun, all the Derby fun. It never stops, Reaver. It
really never does.
Can't stop, won't stop. Getting back down to the action on the track, it's jam number 4 for the second half. Steph Leopard jamming for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby in the black. We are going to have number 17 out there for the herd. That is Dilemma in the white.
And Steph Leopard gets lead jammer status, but a fall to the outside has her behind Dilemma approaching the pack. And Steph Leopard brings that jam to an end to deny Dilemma any points.
Very narrowly called off there. Dilemma, probably just a split second later, and Dilemma would have gotten a point. But a head on a swivel, Chippewa Valley calls off that jam.
It's all about the strategery, Rich Mahogany.
It's true. It's true.
Just because you're a jammer doesn't mean you can't be defensive.
That's one of the wonders of roller derbies. You can play defense and offense all at the same time, no matter what position you're playing. So, getting back down to the action on the track, Matt Splat, our jammer of record for the herd in white, up against Norwegian Squirrel for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby in black.
And Norwegian Squirrel takes the lead jam for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Nat Splat hot on their heels.
Norwegian Squirrel crushing into the pack, is forced to the outside. Going to call off the jam. Does net a single point for Chippewa Valley. Manages to hold the herd down to 0.
Chippewa Valleying away at their score.
I see what you did there, and I love it.
Dad jokes are us.
Like, and I'm the one with the mustache.
My mustache is on the inside where it means more.
Getting back down to the action on the track, Hawaii KO jamming for the herd in white is up against number 48 Madtown for Chippewa Valley in the black. Chippewa Valley now starting to mix up their jammer rotation, throw a few more people in there than they had in the first half of this game. Hawaii KO up at the front of the pack, almost through, does get lead jam, but is recycled back ever so slightly behind Stunt Double, but does manage to get through.
Stunt Double picking up an out-of-play block on that engagement, going to the penalty box.
Hawaii KO, such a fast and nimble jammer, just flying into the pack, just the way they throw their body into the hit and like move their skates is just like, I am not convinced they're obeying all of the laws of physics, Reaver.
You know what has obeyed the laws of physics is a star pass.
As long as it's also obeying the laws of roller derby, that's important too.
It is. It obeyed both the laws of both physics and roller derby. Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber now jamming for the Chippewa Valley roller derby and has picked up 4 points, but has just gotten knocked out of at the outside and draws a cut on melee. So Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber going to the penalty box.
Oh, and Hawaii KO going to call off the jam just before the Chippewa jammer, Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber, gets to the penalty box. So this is going to be a full 30-second penalty that Scuttlebutt's going to have to serve at the beginning of this next jam. So Amperslam out there as the jammer of record for the herd will have a whole 30 seconds of power jam time. We do have 1 blocker in the box for Chippewa Valley, 1 blocker in the box for the herd. Amperslam out at the front of the pack does break through. Lead jam goes to the herd. Destruction penalty called against Hoppy Go Lucky for the herd. 2 blockers now in the box for the herd.
Amperslam, meanwhile, is sliding right through that pack quickly, but Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber is on her way back to the track and slides right on through on her initial pass. Hot on Amperslam's heels. Both jammers coming around to score points.
Oh, and you can see just the joy on Scuttlebutt's face there as Amperslam looked back, saw them there, and realized, oh shit. She's like, I'm coming for you. The pack does end up, the herd blockers do end up locking down around Scuttlebutt. Amperslam through for 4 points. Scuttlebutt can't be held forever as 4 points go up for Chippewa Valley.
Amperslam calling that jam off. We've got a total of 16 points put up by Amperslam and the herd in that jam. 4 points for the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby and Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber.
So, Reaver, we've done a bit of talking about the after party that's going to be happening after this game. Reminding everybody that is happening down at Delta Beer Lab, 167 East Badger Road, not far from here. So if you want to hang out with your favorite skaters, your favorite officials, your favorite announcers, come on down to Delta Beer Lab and celebrate jam number 8 of the second half, specifically where Steph Leopard went head-to-head with Radio Smacktive. We all remember it fondly, like it was happening right now in front of us as Steph Leopard takes lead jam, but Dio right behind.
Fabulous assist from Stunt Double at the front of that pack to get the lead jam call for Steph Leopard.
Dio getting blocked up on the inside line. Jam will be called.
Steph Leopard calling the jam, but going to the penalty box on a cut penalty just at the end of that jam.
So that will be a full 30-second power start for the Herd going into jam number 9 of the second half. The Herd will be sending number 17 Dilemma to the line for this power start. The Herd, though, with 2 blockers in the box, so a 4-2 pack advantage for Chippewa Valley.
But that is not enough to hold back Dilemma, who picks up lead jammer.
No dilemma for Dilemma. Dilemma now up at the front of the pack. 3 Chippewa Valley blockers to beat. Finds daylight on the inside. 4 points up for the Herd.
And the penalty box empties out all of its skaters, including Chippewa Valley Roller Derby's jammer Steph Leopard. Both teams now at full strength. And Steph Leopard coming back to the penalty box with another track cut.
A rough set of circumstances there for Chippewa Valley, but a perfect opportunity for the Herd to push out this lead. The Herd trying to break up the Chippewa Valley line as Dilemma approaches for this next scoring pass. But Chippewa Valley doing a great job of staying up at the front of the pack, maintaining at least 3 of their blockers up there. That will force the call off from Dilemma. Does end up icing the Chippewa Valley jammer in the box.
And we do want to remind you about TransCare's TransCare app, the revolutionary free online web app designed to offer research-based support for trans and non-binary individuals navigating gender dysphoria.
Whistle sounds for jam number 10 of the second half. Matt Splat, jammer of record for the Herd in white. Steph Leopard returning to the track from the penalty box as the jammer for Chippewa Valley in black. Nat Splat almost through on the inside, but run all the way back by Phenomenal. And going back to meet is none other than birthday blocker, arm and slammer.
Nat Splat back to the front of the pack to earn lead jammer for the Herd.
The Herd is going to lose a blocker to the box, so now a 4-3 pack advantage for Chippewa Valley. Nat Splat through for 4 points as a star pass happening here for Chippewa Valley over to number 20, Roland Riz. Nat Splat on a roll here, fighting through the pack, will pick up 4 more points.
Roland Riz is going to pick up a forearm penalty and head to the penalty box, leaving Nat Splat and Madison Roller Derby with a power jam once again.
These late in the game jammer penalties doing a bit of a number on Chippewa Valley. The Herd continuing some very strong forward momentum. And once again, I want to say that this is the 3rd in 7 jams that the jammer for Chippewa Valley has been iced in the penalty box.
It has certainly happened quite frequently.
Unfortunately, our producer brain is no longer here.
Yes, unfortunately.
We're back to being just dumb, mathless announcers.
We are back to our old helpless selves.
One might call us back on our shit.
You know, if you think you can give information, track information to help announcers have more meaningful things to say during games, we would love to have you contact us at Madison Roller Derby, because we always need volunteers. As you can see, not just to officiate games. We don't just need people to play roller derby. We don't just need people to announce roller derby. We need people to keep the announcers honest and knowledgeable.
So there are so many ways to volunteer with roller derby here in Madison. If you have any interest, if you want to do something where you skate and you don't know how to skate, no worries. We'll teach you.
We'll teach you.
We've got gear to rent. If you don't want to skate, that's fine. I don't skate anymore. But right now, not to say that I'm not going to in the future. I'm just...
we need people to put the track down on the floor and keep it well maintained. We need people to help take tickets at the door and sell merchandise at our merch tables. We need volunteers to help us do so many things. If you can do things with social media and want to volunteer to be on our social media team, we would love for you to come join us. There are many ways to be involved with roller derby without having to actually play roller derby.
Lend your powers to us, so may we all become one. But getting back down to the action on the track, Hawaii KO sprinting up the inside line, taking a very quick lead jam for the herd. Roland Riz starting from the box for Chippewa Valley. Hawaii KO second pass, much more hard fought than the first.
And Roland Riz is through on her initial pass and ready to start scoring some points for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Hawaii KO flying around the track, manages to, nicely done. Almost gets through cleanly, but Madtown there just at the last moment to hold her up, but Hawaii KO does get through.
And once again, Hawaii KO through the pack, pushing her way past Madtown.
Melee racing to try to catch Roland Riz, but Riz be a little too fast.
Roland Riz only picking up 2 points on that scoring pass because they took the helmet cover off to try and sneak pass. It got them out of the pack, but it meant that they could only have 2 points because you do have to be wearing the cover with the stars visible in order to earn a legal pass.
It's true. It's true. If you want them points, you got to be a star.
Yes, you do. Shine brightly.
Ivana Smasha always shining brightly out there with that blue and black star. Jamming for Chippewa Valley. Amper Slam, jammer of record for the herd. Both jammers up towards the front of the pack. Ivana Smasha, one blocker to beat. She's through. Lead jam goes to Chippewa Valley.
And stunt double with another offensive whip at the front, getting Ivana Smasha out of that pack. Amperslam, meanwhile, finally making her way out as Ivana Smasha makes her way through the pack to pick up 4 points. And Ivana Smasha calls that jam before Amperslam can add any to Madison's total.
Score now sits at Chippewa Valley Roller Derby 146. The herd 143. 11 minutes and 10 seconds remain to play.
Rich Mahogany.
We're in the final quarter.
The herd has 2:43.
That's what I said.
Okay, Rich.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Rich, it is what you said.
It hasn't been a long day at all.
Exactly what you said.
Just listen to what I mean, not what I say.
Joan Threat jamming for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby, and Radio Smackdiv jamming for the herd. Radio Smackdiv getting hit to the outside by Phenomenal, but not until after she picks up lead jammer status. Rich Mahogany.
I'm announcing from the corner now.
Hide. You do not need to hide, Rich Mahogany. You do not want me doing this by myself.
Nobody can see me. You hush. Dio pushing at the front of the pack has a full blocking contingent of Chippewa Valley to deal with, and they are holding firm.
And it looks like Phenomenal has taken herself off the track. That jam has just been ended so that she can seek medical care. So that jam was ended for an injury. And because of that, Phenomenal will have to sit for the next 3 jams, but I believe she will likely want to. It looked like she was ready to be done for a little while. Once again, back to gameplay, and Steph Leopard is jamming for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby Dilemma. Jamming for the herd, earns lead jammer status, putting herself into scoring position.
Steph Leopard taken down on the outside, is going to be forced to recycle back behind Antimatter. Antimatter and Wolframmer at the back of the pack holding up Steph Leopard. Quick jam call there by Dilemma. We're going to see 8 points up on the board for the herd. 0 for Chippewa Valley, though things may shift around a little bit here as we are going into an official timeout.
Indeed we are.
So again, if you have been enjoying, again, all of this great interleague action happening here in Game 2, we are going to have Utter Chaos 2024 happening at the end of April. Those dates specifically down at the Hartmeyer Ice Arena are going to be April 26th, 27th, and 28th.
Action will start at 4 p.m. on Friday the 26th. We will have 3 games at 4, 6, and 8 p.m. that day. Then we will have 5 games on Saturday and 4 games on Sunday.
Ooh. Some might say those are more games than you can shake a microphone at, but to that I say challenge accepted.
I expect to hear you saying all kinds of fabulous things all weekend, Rich Mahogany.
Oh, I'll be there. I'll be there in chains because they won't let me leave. That's all right. It's consensual.
We love to chain you up, Rich Mahogany.
It's completely consensual.
It's a great time. So one thing to note is that we do have 2 medics here, and currently they are both busy helping an injured skater. Because we do not have a medic available to watch the track and the action, we do need to wait until we have a medic available. So just bear with us for a few moments. We do want to make sure everyone is safe and healthy. And it looks like we have a medic. And we do have medical attention back on the track, so we are resuming play. And that looks like Ivana Smasha jamming for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Up against Nat Splat for the herd. Nat Splat taking lead jammer status.
Ivana Smasha through, now eligible to score points. Oh, nice little pirouette on the inside by Nat Splat. Does end up taking a little bit of a tumble, but gets by stunt double for roller derby points for Natalie Splatterly.
And Ivana Smasha has gone to the penalty box with a track cut. That gives us a power jam for the Herd.
Ooh, and the Herd, as they have done several times before in this half, once that blocker for Chippewa Valley goes to the box and the blockers for Chippewa Valley start giving the blocker for the Herd any kind of guff, jam is called. So that jammer is frozen in the box for Chippewa Valley. A power start for the Herd. Looks like they're going to be sending out Hawaii KO. And not only is there is that jammer in the box for the Chippewa Valley, but Chippewa Valley has 2 blockers in the box as well. So a 4-2 pack advantage for the Herd going into Jam 16.
And Hawaii KO picks up lead jammer status quite easily for the Herd. Again, that unbalanced pack allowing the Herd to focus on unbalanced pack and jammer penalty, allowing the Herd to focus on their defense. And Hawaii KO just flying through the pack, racking up the points.
Ivana Smasha back on the track, has completed the initial pass for Chippewa Valley. Looking to score some points on this pass. Hawaii KO locked up at the front. Ivana Smasha doing a great job pushing the blockers forward for the Herd, but does end up picking up a back block penalty for their troubles.
Hawaii KO making it out through the pack, but stumbling and calling the jam off after scoring 4 points.
Things are getting awfully chilly in that penalty box, Reaver. Once again, the Chippewa Valley jammer frozen in the box. Amperslam going to go out for the power start for the Herd. Though at this point, no blockers are in the box, so as far as defense is concerned, both teams are at full strength. Amperslam just doing a little bit of high knees on the inside, gets through, takes lead jam for the Herd. Nice feint to the outside by Amperslam, cutting back in, dancing on the inside line, picking up 4 roller derby points.
And we've got Ivana Smasha returning to the track. Amperslam getting recycled to the back of the pack by Norwegian Squirrel.
Defense for Chippewa Valley holding firm at the front. Amperslam's going to find that weak link, getting through. Ivana Smasha, though, right behind. Both jammers approaching the pack at the same time. Ivana Smasha getting some offensive help from one of her blocker friends, whose number is hidden from my eyes. They're so close. That's number 13.
Through on the outside.
Oh, nice catch by May Roland Gung Ho. Amperslam does fight their way through. Chippewa Valley set up at the back of the pack to receive Amperslam. Jam clock does run out. We are going to have an official review being called for by the Herd. That'll freeze the clock at 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Big jam for the Herd. 19 points, bringing their score to 2-8-9. Yes, Reaver, that is 2-8-9. I said that one right. Let's see if we can get the next one. Chippewa Valley came away with 3 points that jam for 155 points total. I did it.
155.
We're good. So we'll now wait for the officials to, we'll wait for the herd to say, hey, this is what we think is up. And we'll wait for the officials to say, like, all right, well, let's tell you what up.
And then they'll come and they'll tell us what up.
And then
we'll tell you.
And then
What up? And then everyone will know what up.
it's important that we all know what up.
Communication. It's all about communication, Rich Mahogany.
And so while there are 3 minutes and 38 seconds of game time left on this game, we are almost depressingly close to the end of this contest and the end of the games of roller derby that we have here at the arena for today. Again, though, we would love to continue that roller derby energy and love that you all have brought out to us tonight down at Delta Beer Lab for the after party. Come and join us, 167 at East Badger Road. Have some beverages. Rub elbows with some of the most awesome roller derby players you've ever seen.
Rich Mahogany, what if I want to see some more roller derby action here at the arena?
Well, if
at Alliant Energy Center.
If you would like that, I've got good news for you, Reaver, because
I like good news.
Madison Roller Derby's home season of 19th home season will continue with Bout 4 on March 16th here at the Alliant Energy Center Arena. So I saw you getting some sweet nothings whispered in your ear there by the one and only Dark Matter. Reaver, can you let us in on the secret?
I can indeed. One of the rules of roller derby says that you cannot hide the star. If you have a helmet cover, it has to be visible. Not just visible to score points, but you can't conceal who is in possession of that helmet cover. And so Madison was requesting a penalty. They believed that the Chippewa Valley Roller Derby jammer was hiding the star. The referees, however, agreed that the star was visible enough that a penalty was not warranted, and so a penalty has not been issued.
Oh. So the herd losing their review for the half. We'll see Steph Leopard in Jam 18 taking lead jam for Chippewa Valley, jamming against Radio Smacktive for the herd. Steph Leopard tearing through the pack will pick up 4 points. Dio, following in her wake, will pick up 4 points of her own.
And that jam gets called. 1 additional point for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. It brings us to 160 points. Excuse me, two additional points for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby, because there is a Madison blocker in the penalty box. So one of the features of roller derby is once you score a point for a skater on the track, you also are awarded points for any opposing blockers who are in the box.
Ghost points be spooky, Reaver. Getting back down to the action on the track. Dilemma jamming for the herd in white up against Joan Threat for Chippewa Valley in the black. And it's going to be Dilemma getting through, taking lead for the herd. Back block penalty assessed to Dilemma. So this is going to be a power jam for Chippewa Valley. Joan Threat out there, jammer of record for Chippewa Valley. Crashing into Hoppy Go Lucky. Both skaters go down. Both quickly back up. Joan Threat looking for that bit of daylight on the inside. Beautiful offensive maneuver by Joan Threat's defense. Will get her through 4 more points up for Chippewa Valley. The herd going to lose Wolframmer to the box.
Joan Threat again in on the inside line, picking up 4 more points for Chippewa Valley.
Dilemma back on the track for the herd. Joan Threat with 8 points so far this jam. Herd defense locking down hard at the back. Oh, 2 blockers to the box for Chippewa Valley. The herd out there at full strength. Norwegian Squirrel up at the front trying to waylay Dilemma as best they can. Dilemma will get through for 4 points as the jam comes to its natural 2-minute conclusion. .12-point jam for Chippewa Valley up against the Herd's 8. Brings our score to Chippewa Valley 173, the Herd 301. And the clock will be frozen by an official's timeout at no more or no less than 3 seconds. So that does ensure, folks, that this next jam we will get one more jam, and this next jam will be the last jam of this game. So this official timeout just taking care of some mathematicals, statisticals, if you will. We've got making sure all penalties are assigned. Everybody out there who should be. So we'll be getting back into the action shortly. Reminder of some of the awesome Derby stuff coming up in the near future. Very next thing that's happening is, hey, our after party at Delta Beer Lab. Come join us. There will be amazing drinks and amazing company. We would love to see you all there. After that, looking forward to March 16th here at the arena at the Alliant Energy Center. We are going to have our 4th home game of the season. Go ahead.
So, Rich Mahogany, a rules education moment, if you will. We cannot necessarily extend gameplay through an official's timeout because there would not have been another jam. We had less time on the period clock than we had time on the lineup clock. So there would not have been another jam without a team timeout. The official's timeout does not change that, and so you saw Dark Matter going around talking to each of the benches, basically asking the teams if they wanted to use a team timeout to extend the period and have an additional jam. Chippewa Valley did elect to use one of their team timeouts, so we are now in a team timeout for Chippewa Valley Roller Derby.
Yes.
And because the team has used a team timeout, we will have an additional jam. So one more jam. Everyone, please, let's cheer these skaters on as they do one final jam here tonight at the arena for Alliant Energy Center.
Nat Splat jamming for the herd, almost out, but is knocked to the inside by Scuttlebutt Jibber Jabber. Ivana Smasha jamming for Chippewa Valley is up at the front, but Nat Splat sneaks through on the inside.
And Nat Splat calls the jam, bringing our second period of this game to an end. No additional points scored by either team. We're just going to take a moment to confirm the scores.
Drum
and
roll.
Remind you all one last time to come join us at Delta Beer Lab.
Oh, please do.
because we enjoy saying hello to our fans.
It true. And there you have it, friends. Our final score for the Herd taking on Chippewa Valley. Chippewa Valley 173, but your victors with 301 points, the Herd.
Thank you all so much for joining us this evening here at the arena at Alliant Energy Center. We had a wonderful time hosting you for a night of roller derby action. We hope to see you all again in 1 month on the 16th of March right here at the arena for more roller derby action with Madison Roller Derby.
And as they take their consolation lap, let's give it up for our visiting team, Chippewa Valley Roller Derby. Well, that will just about do it for us here at Madison Roller Derby at the arena for now. We hope to see you all down at Delta Beer Lab for the after party. I've been Rich Mahogany.
I have been the Goram Reaver.
Thank you and good night.
Good night.
Quick heads up to folks, if you would like to help us pick up tape from the track, we would welcome you to do so, but please do not take up the track that is taped down over rope. We will leave that to our esteemed official professional track maintenance crew. But if you'd like to help us pick up the outside tape or any tape that does not